Hello once again, darts fans, and welcome to the Modus Super Series. It's Friday, and it's another double dose of darts coming your way today. Before we get cracking in Group C to see who the two players are going through to Saturday night with Tommy Morris, let's have a little look back on yesterday. If you weren't joining us for all of the action over a course of about 5 hours yesterday, here's a little snippet as to what happened on Thursday. Beautiful dart. Also beautiful. Sweet as a nut! Just like that!
Most is in a week though.
Tops. And this game is going very much against what we thought might happen, but fair play to Dolson. Second spot might be his in this match. However, it is number 3 for the week. The single 6 gets him to 2 singles to double. Just a question of whether we can actually have a look at it. Double 8. Expertly taken out by Burnett.
Brilliant.
Yes, plenty of highlights yesterday. It'll be really interesting to see who makes a move over the next few hours. Group C does see a lot of people still in the reckoning mace. Yeah,
it's very much locked up. The bookies seem to have doubled down, or the odds compiler, should I say, and they've gone in again and made Richie favourite to win the group. But the group is locked up. Anyone, probably with the exception of Johan right now, I think could make a case for the top 2 spots. Before we get into the nuts and bolts of Group C this afternoon, last night it didn't disappoint, did it? No, we gave it the big one since as soon as we knew what the lineup was going to be, and both me and you cast our eye over the players involved, and we just didn't think it could fail to be impressive, and it lived up to the billing. And Nico Springer especially, I thought, was outstanding, especially that 110 plus average. Gave us an insight into what we can expect over the next couple of years from the young man. What's interesting is that the one loss that Springer had was against the person at the bottom of the table, and that tells you that maybe anything can happen tonight. We saw 110 average from Nico Springer, but it wasn't really that much of a surprise, was it? No, not when you dug a little deeper and had a look over some of the kind of numbers he's compiled over the last couple of years, and there's a scattering of big 105, 110s, 114 in there. So he does have a serious high ceiling, but there was an element of fragility in there at some points, but you've got to really put him under it, or he's just got to have a off game. Someone else who has shown a little bit of fragility this week is Richie Burnett, but yesterday, his best day of the week. And if you look at him as a graph this week, it's been somewhat slow at the start, but it's definitely getting better. Yeah, there were signs on Wednesday that maybe Wednesday was a little bit more relaxed and realised that, listen, the game was up in terms of getting out of Group A into either Group B or winning the group. And he seemed to throw with a little bit more freedom. And yesterday there was a lot more focus. There was a lot less emotional investment in his performances, and it was nice to see. And yeah, I enjoyed yesterday. What did you make of Paul Dolson on debut? Because walking away with 6 points, he must be pleased with that. Yeah, a running average of over 86 on debut. Looked very comfortable on the stage and in front of camera. And yeah, I think he was a pleasant surprise yesterday. And I think today he'll play a bit better. We're going to find out over the next few hours, that's for sure. But the table, it does reflect just how things could change very rapidly, because you've got Brower at the bottom on 2. He's only 4 points adrift of the top spot. His biggest problem is leg difference, but there was a real dogfight behind Burnett at the top. Yeah, he's the only one with a negative leg difference for the rest of the field. And yeah, I think it's going to be tough for him. He just doesn't look like he settles enough. And listen, he's an evolving player. We don't know what he's going to do in the next couple of years. He certainly looks talented. We've seen that with the 170 finishes, and he's had some moments that he can take away that are pleasing, an average of just shy of a ton. But I think it's all about the rest of the field today, and he could become maybe a spoiler. Yesterday, we were sitting here around about this time saying that Richie Burnett is favourite for the group. Looked maybe a little bit suspect. He's proven that wrong on the first day. It'll be interesting to see what
has changed in that department? Well, obviously nothing, because Richie is still the favourite to win the group. But Adam Mould at 5-2, just behind him. Is that a bit of a surprise?
Yeah, I think so. Adam Mould was my pick to possibly cause a bit of an upset. We both liked David Davis. We thought he was over or underpriced at 9-1. But listen, I understand why they got Richie up there at 11-8. Listen, I want him to qualify. I'd love for him to go through the card, but it's going to be tough because when you look at the averages, there's not a lot between any of them.
Well, when it comes to the first game that we've got today, Johan Brouwer, we haven't actually spoken to him all week because sometimes we do need a bit of an extended period to get what's on his mind. We did catch up with him before he takes on his first opponent today. And if you want to get the full amount of talking from Johan Brouwer, you can see it on our socials. But for an edited version, we'll have a little word with Johan right now to see how he was feeling ahead of his first game. Johan, thanks for joining us. This is day 5 of your week. How do you feel it's gone for you?
I think this is the best week I've ever been in. The first week I was here with Ron Muhlenkamp and he helped me a lot. Second week was very disappointing. I didn't feel like I'm home. And now this week with everybody who was here, everybody is getting along. It's nice to be with this group. And I got a lot of support from home.
You still got one more day to go, and it's only a 4-point gap between you and the top spot, so plenty of scope there. But before we get to that, tell us a little bit more about Urk in the Netherlands, because I'm sure a lot of us haven't heard much about it.
Yeah, we have on Urk we have 2 clubs, and they have 23 lanes, and every week there are like on a Tuesday there are 85 people, on a Friday there are 150 people. On a Saturday with Super League, everybody is watching and everything. We have some lanes. They're doing some live streams as well. And we have 2 clubs about it.
Well, it's brilliant to see that your part of the Netherlands has had such a really good time of it in darts. Yesterday, you got your first 170 checkout on the stage, and you were very pleased with that, I'm sure.
I think that one was a little bit frustration because I knew I needed to win to qualify for Saturday. I knew I needed to win, so yeah, I was really disappointed that it didn't work out. But it was all frustration that came out, you know.
A really passionate Dutch dart player who has still got ambitions of getting through this group, but he's going to have his best ever day at the Modus Super Series in his 3rd visit here. And his first victim is going to have to be Paul Dolson, who starts today on 6 points. And the only reason he isn't top of the table better than Richie Burnett is because he won 1 less leg than Richie yesterday. But the 32-year-old from Urk, and we just heard a little bit more about Urk right there. He starts at the bottom of the table, and the only way is up.
Good tune. I tell you what, that club sounds fabulous, doesn't it? I wouldn't mind one of those somewhere near me.
Yeah, it's a little bit up the coast in the Netherlands, is Urk, right on the water, as most things are. But 23 dartboards they have at the local club in Urk. And that's probably one of the reasons why they've got so many young talents able to play.
And I love the concept of having a couple of streaming lanes. I should imagine it's a sort of downscaled version of what you cover on the Pro Tours, where you have all your normal lanes and then you have a couple of lanes separated off where you play on stream. And that's a great learning curve for the players because, listen, there's no hiding places. You know, it's a bit like Dart Connect now when people years ago, so yeah, I averaged about 95. When they say it now, you can have a little look and it's more like 85. But it's great because it's another element of pressure. And again, you wouldn't have had that experience years ago. You'd have to wait and gone through that whole process of Super League, county, and then travelling, and then you eventually, or maybe, get your opportunity to get on a big stage in front of the cameras. Well, players nowadays are getting in front of the cameras at very early stages, which is why I think we're seeing so many players being fast-tracked to the elite side of the sport. this venue here has played a massive part in that. When you listen, it's not just us saying it. You listen to the players that have had success here and then gone on to secure tour cards and found themselves on Euro Tour stages. Most of them, when they're interviewed, will say playing here was a massive part of the progress.
96.
I think Dolson should be very proud of the efforts that he showed yesterday because he came with a bit of a reputation, but he's already on the end of a maximum from Johan Brouwer.
Yeah, averaged 86.82 for the day yesterday,
58.
which can't be ignored on debut.
Johan has decided to change the colour of his stems and flights today to blue.
105.
And they're brand new as well.
Yeah, matches his shirt. I like it. I like colour coordination.
$99.
This could be
Johan, you require
Johan's last day
170.
at the Super Series this year. Go out there, enjoy it, cause a bit of trouble.
100.
Might
Paul,
be
you
causing
require
Paul a bit of
108.
trouble here. Listen, it's not impossible for him to get out of this group. He would have to go 5 from 5, in my opinion.
I agree. But how good is that dart?
80. Johan, you require 70.
We've seen some seriously good use of the treble 20 over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, those small adjustments are always the toughest. Tops.
30. Paulie required 28.
Because of the position he's in, those opportunities, they're heightened, aren't they? The pressure on the shot is
on the
almost
first
doubled.
leg, Paul Dolson.
Steady start, though. 17 darts,
Second
but
leg, it's
there was an
Johan to throw
opportunity
first.
for Johan
Game
to
on.
break in 15. Couldn't find the double. And the problem is, if he gets beat in this open game, he's
140.
instantly on the back foot, which he's found himself all week.
That is correct. When you look at the overall numbers from yesterday,
140.
they're pretty much what you would expect from a Super Series day.
Yeah, and the reason I just sort of felt that it's going to remain locked up all day, Richie 87.93 for the day, Adam 88.45, Adrian 87.41, Paul 86.82. So they're just going to be trading wins and losses.
60.
The curious thing for me is you look at Paul's attempts at double and his hits at 17 out of 48. That is very accomplished at this level of
41.
darts. But Richie Burnett, at the top of the table, he had the smallest percentage of anybody, but that's only one part of it. He still had the most attempts, and he had the most by
100.
16 darts.
Yeah, that's because he was creating the opportunities because of his superior scoring.
$121.
Well, that one has kept him in 3-dart territory to take this second leg. He may have been better off with that dart falling on the floor.
84.
And that's
Johan, you
backed up with
require
Richie.
99.
He did have the most 180s of anybody yesterday, and that's what created the most opportunities.
Double 16.
Gets
And that
on
is a
the
very
second
fine
leg,
checkout.
Johan Brouwer.
Yeah, I like that play. It makes sense.
Third leg, it's Paul to throw
I
first.
probably would have
Game
opted
on.
for tops, but
Just get the feeling as the week goes on that the celebrations from Brouwer in moments like that are more relaxed. And now the 170 checkout yesterday was a bit of an
140.
extreme case. He was always going to celebrate that quite wildly.
yeah, and I get his point that it's frustration because
100.
he obviously, and you've had chats away from camera, and he feels like he's massively underachieved this week. And when you do have those kind of moments where you take out a 170, it's almost saying, look, that's what I can
80.
do. But the frustration's with him, not with anybody else.
I think the best thing he can do in 2025 is continue to do what he's doing, keep qualifying to get here, because I can see gradual improvement. It may be something that he wants to do on a full-time basis. Maybe he wants to keep playing for the Netherlands because he has been picked for his country this year. But his improvement might just be one step at a time, whereas other people, it takes them 12 months to go from 0 to hero. It's just got to be patient.
Yeah.
Patience is a very good thing to have.
97.
And Dolson has already shown that. He's in his mid-50s, and we have no idea what this week could do for him. We mentioned he went to Q School back in 2020. He had some good wins there.
140.
But if he has a successful week 10, who knows what he could do at, say, seniors darts next year.
Well, looking at his numbers at the moment,
95. Johan,
I think he could do plenty on the seniors.
157.
Now, what does Dolson do from 65?
6.
It depends how much you like double 16.
65.
That's one of the reasons why 25 isn't your
score.
only option. And that
Johan, you
couldn't really have gone any
require
worse.
97.
Yeah, I'm more inclined now to attempt the 33, 32.
Double 10.
And the tops and 10s
87.
players now are more
Only
often than not going
requires
45
65.
double 10, aren't they?
They are.
The 10s next door for the tops, if you don't hit the treble.
This time he gets the semi-bull.
Game
And
shot
the
on
tops.
third leg. Paul Dolson.
More frustration for Johan. 2 darts to go 2-1 up. Fails
Fourth
to hit
leg,
them,
it's Johan
and his
to throw
opponent
first.
punishes him.
Game on.
Yeah, there is tour events this weekend, isn't there, on the seniors? And there's still time, of course, to get involved because there will be qualifiers
96.
in the early part of next year for the Seniors World Championships at the iconic Circus Tavern. And if you are interested in going, get your tickets early. www.dartshop.tv. Or if you're one of these techie type people, just give that a scan and it will take you to the landing page where you find
100.
loads of information on not just seniors darts or exhibitions, but also how you can secure your tickets to the Super Series. But don't try and get a ticket tomorrow.
100.
Yes, they've been sold out for quite some time because we have a double dose of darts tomorrow. More information on that will follow.
36.
Yes, it's the ADC Windmill finals tomorrow. Well, the tour finals, isn't it? Great lineup as well.
Absolutely. Neil Duff, who was playing some great stuff
41.
last night, he's involved. Andy Bolton's coming down from Scotland for that.
Gary Stone.
Joe Croft. Great names. A great opportunity on Saturday afternoon. And you don't even have to worry about watching football tomorrow
135.
if you're a fan of the Premier League, because it's international break time, so focus on the darts. And if you're not coming down, hit that notification bell on our YouTube channel
41.
and we'll let you know when we're
Johan, you
starting.
require 134.
Now, this leg could have got away from Johan, but he's recovered pretty well.
80.
Yeah, the draw for tomorrow afternoon: Andy Bolton, Neil Duff, Gary Stone, Daryl Pilgrim, Thomas Banks, Bradley Brooks, Joe Croft, Charlie Martin. Not the former heavyweight champion of the world either.
49.
Yeah,
Johan, you require
quarterfinals,
54.
semi-finals, and the final tomorrow afternoon. This is tops. And 10s again. And both times
34.
he's missed
All you
at
require,
the top and to the
130.
side. If Dolson hits this, Brouwer will be devastated.
58. Johan, you require
Disappointed not
20.
to at least get a go at the ball there for Paul. So looking like twos apiece.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Johan Brown.
Looks like that Bob Anderson celebration is catching on this week.
The old finger pointing.
5th flag. It's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Didn't have many follically challenged dart players back in the 80s. Everybody had
All about big hair, wasn't it?
It was.
100.
Who was the first real famous one? Was it Course Stompy?
Well, Leighton lost his hair quite early, didn't he?
60.
You make a very good point.
And of course, just think of the Johnny Lowe song. He's got no hair, but he don't care. Johnny Lowe.
Yeah, but at the start he had plenty.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
$96.
One apiece in the 180 column. Both players hovering in and around the mid-80s.
This is almost a carbon copy of what Dolson was doing
100.
yesterday, so we are now establishing what his level is.
Correct.
And 86, with pretty effective doubling, that can do a lot of damage in Group C
98.
action.
Paulie require 121.
Didn't even entertain the idea of the 51.
89.
Great board management. Also, welcome along to all of you watching via our YouTube channel and the thousands of you
39.
watching
Paulie require
via
32.
or your chosen betting app.
Game shot on the
Look
5th
at that,
flag.
13
Paul Dolson.
darter. Wonderfully done from Dolson. And if he wins this match, he will be top of the table on
6th
points,
flag. It's Johan to
albeit
throw
playing one
first.
more game
Game on.
than 4 of the other players.
But it's a statement, isn't it? You're making players chase.
140.
And a loss for Brouwer. And that will be that for him. Not mathematically yet. But 10 points
100.
with a very suspect-looking leg difference at this stage. I'm not sure that 10 points is going to cut it. You're going to have to get to 12 today.
140.
Yeah. Which is a number I think you called very early yesterday.
41.
The one thing that impressed me the most about Dolson yesterday is just the way he was able to navigate certain legs and situations.
81.
It's easy for people who've been playing darts for a very long time to approach the game the same way that they always have. But it's obvious to me that Paul has watched
66.
the evolution of counting
Johan, you require
and tactics, and he has put it into his own gameplay.
Yeah, an experienced player, that's for sure. Maybe not experienced in this environment,
89.
but like you say, his board management is unwavering.
It's not the most creative, but it's the kind of board management that you
41.
really should have.
Johan, you require 51.
He's going to persevere with tops.
Game
And
shot
this
on the
time it
6th
pays
flag.
off, so we go
Johan
the distance
Brouwer.
in the first game.
7th and final leg. It's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is the situation if Brouwer breaks Paul in this last leg decider. Johan will have 4 points, as well as David Davis, and everybody else has 6.
85.
Just a win away.
Sounds easy. But one thing we can say at this point is that in game 3,
100.
we are guaranteed to have someone on 8 points. In the next game, that is not a guarantee because David Davis, if he beats Adrian Gray, he'll go to 6 points.
59.
I remember that famous Friday when Moreno Blom went from 5th position to 1st in a Group C Friday campaign. And we've seen some crazy stuff since then. A bit like Romeo Gerbevats last week. Went from 4th to 1st in Group B on the Friday. In order for Johan to really kick on in this table, he needs to keep winning. And he needs other people to provide the right results for him. But at the moment, it's not happening for the Dutchman.
Yeah, and a wry smile. And he's like, why did you do that?
83.
Never take it personally, because darts is about beating your opponent up in a certain manner of speaking.
You just went all a bit Bobby George on us then, Paul.
83.
Terrible, isn't it? Nobody can do that as good as Bobby.
Nah.
$60.
Trebles have dried up,
All he required,
and
94.
Dolson has time on his side.
Yep, 6 darts if needed. Balls the shot here. No, that's a bad play.
We were just lauding his board management.
Yeah, that's poor. But ultimately,
86.
rescues the situation. If he'd have gone the ball route, hit the ball double 16, hit the 25, which you'd expect, 17 would have left him tops. Ultimately, he's given himself 3 darts at a double to get it done, but it could have gone
140.
oh so wrong.
But this is where you
All
don't
he
want to keep
require,
splitting.
8.
A dream marker and a
Big
dream
shot,
finish.
And the match, Paul
And that
Dolson.
puts Johan Brouwer on 2 points after 6 rounds. It looks like he's got too much to do, but Dolson has just gone to the top. 8 points for him, and he now has the best leg difference in the group. It was a very steady display again from Dolson, and it's the doubling that got him across the line. Brouwer, with 87 as an average, every now and again, that's going to get you a result, but on a day like today, it might not do anything. So, when we come back, David Davis is looking to do the double over Adrian Gray, but he wants to reverse yesterday's 4-0 drubbing because it would be very good for his chances of getting back towards the top of the table. Welcome back to the early action on a double dose of darts for Friday. And now we turn our attention to this fixture, which was game number 14 yesterday in Group C. And it was the lowest point of the day for Adrian Gray. But he doesn't have to mess around in the practice room too much this morning in anticipation of trying to get David Davis back for the only nil scoreline of the entire day. Adrian did win his first 3 games yesterday, but lost his next 2, meaning he is very much part of this very tight group, which has 5 players battling for the top 2 spots over the next 4 or 5 hours. Davis yesterday walked away with 2 wins from 5. If he does the double over Gray, he will join Burnett, Mould and Gray on 6 points, only 2 behind Dolson.
Well, it's a tungsten treble fest
First leg,
today, of
it's
course.
David to throw first.
Our afternoon session here.
Game on.
And then a bit of Grand Slam until we're back on air at 10, or watch it on your TV and stick us on your device. We will be back for a fascinating group at 10 o'clock
36.
this evening. But everybody loves our insight into the Slam. We did say De Decker would possibly beat Littler or run him close, and that was nearly the case last night. But tonight it's Cami Menzies against Mickey Mansell for a place in the semi, and then Lukeman against Cross. What's your feelings, Nico?
I think that Menzies Mansell game is very tough
25.
to call, but I can genuinely see Martin Lukeman winning that game against Cross. But he must try and deny Cross shots at doubles, because his doubling was off the scale in the previous round.
Yeah, both good finishers. I just edging towards the scoring for Rob Cross. I think it's long format, of course, race to 16. Not many of these players,
78.
well, with the exception of Rob Cross, Rob Cross and Anderson, the only 2 in there that have played a best of 31, aren't they?
I don't think Littler's had any exposure to best of 31 yet. He didn't make the later stages of the match play.
140.
I'm going Mansell's steady away style, and that's not doing him justice, really, because he's been playing brilliant of late. And I think Cross just gets the better of Lukeman.
This is a very bright start for Adrian. It's exactly what he needed.
Yep. Needed to hit the stage running and stamp his authority, because he stamped his authority on this group in the early stages of yesterday's session.
49.
He really did.
Yeah, he looked the best player in the group, didn't he?
And after speaking to Adrian at the end of yesterday's session, he's not really sure what happened in round 4.
Adrian,
When he lost to Dolson
32.
by 4 legs to 1, his output level dropped by about 10 points. But that's the same kind of start that he had yesterday. In fact, it's a dart better than the start he had yesterday when he started in 14.
Yep.
Second leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
He said to me last night that he was so frustrated he didn't know what to do.
Yeah, and that can happen. You just can't pinpoint what you were doing different.
100.
You hear that a lot from the players who say, well, in the practice room, I was missing nothing, got on stage and just couldn't find it.
And the beauty of Group C is
77.
that he's got another day to put it right. I think if he's to win his first 3 games today, that would put him very close to qualifying for a 4th consecutive time.
Yeah, and his opening
134.
his opening 3 matches is this one against David. Then he's playing Paul, so an opportunity for revenge. And then he's playing Richie. And if he can go 3 from 3, then I think he's in pole position to qualify.
I think it goes to show as well that Adrian is very much a player that always wants the best for
100.
himself. He's a very thoughtful person, but he is his own worst critic.
Yeah, I think dart players are
85.
like that in a whole. I
Adrian,
think it's
require
because we
167.
spend so much time practicing and normally performing at levels that we don't replicate on stage.
Not entertaining the 57 here.
Well, 135 would work.
That might be a bit of a happy accident, that treble 5.
Doesn't look inviting. Yeah, that's why.
76.
Took a horrible deflection.
Yeah, that was wicked. If he's just above the flight's wings, that probably goes in the 60, but the tiniest bit underneath, and the end of the barrel flicks that moulded flight, and it could go anywhere.
140. Adrian, you require
Yeah,
91.
we'll take a side shot of where they take the darts out of the board, and you'll see from that side shot how below horizontal his darts are.
Turns out that deflection
71.
may have just cost
David,
him
you
leg number
require
2.
64.
Davis finishing yesterday just a shade under 32%. But right there,
Shot on his second
it is
leg,
picture
David
perfect.
Davies.
Well, both players, 1 from 1. There is some disparity in the numbers, though.
Third leg,
105
it's David
average
to
for
throw
Gray.
first. Game
82
on.
for David Davis.
is that the most Welsh name that you could possibly have?
That or Jones.
65.
Wow, that was an explosion. What happened there?
I'm not sure if the flight was actually in correctly.
Yeah, sometimes with these stems that are made of plastic, you need a little bit of assistance towards the top just to pinch the flight in place. Seen lots of different methods over the years.
140.
Spot of super glue.
I used to use nail glue
Yep.
because it's just a little bit more flexible.
Yes.
108.
Flexing his muscles.
Well, that makes up for the dart on the floor.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, it's interesting because this is effectively
100.
an angle from the floor, but when you see that angle, you can see how different they are to that of David Davis in terms of how the darts sit in the board.
100.
And one of the reasons why Adrian's been such an effective soft tip player up until very recently is because he throws the steel tip dart exactly the same way as a soft tip dart. And you see that with some of the best soft tippers.
66.
And what's the
David,
there's
you
a
require
limit on the weight of dart you
156.
can use in soft tip, isn't it? Is it 21 grams?
It used to be 18 grams. There's no limit on what David Davis could do.
Game shot on the third leg.
Wow.
David Davies.
He's showing in this one why we sort of thought the 9-1 was
Fourth leg.
a little
it's
bit too
Adrian
big
to throw
yesterday.
first. Game on.
Now, let's be frank, he didn't start yesterday very well at all. But this is a much brighter beginning for David.
He's playing the way that we expected him to. And the way he's shown
140.
in his previous visits.
If you look at the way he throws his dart, he pinches the barrel with his fingertips.
108.
And then it explodes out of his hand. Whereas Adrian, he almost points at the board and guides the dart through the air.
Yeah, it's caressed, isn't it?
60.
And I'd like to say the
85.
change in fortune was because of a change in the play of Gray, but he's still averaging 104.
If anything, this is the best performance we've seen from Adrian against an
6.
opponent, but Davis really has taken this game by the scruff of the neck. That 156 It accents perfect finishing in this match to this point.
79.
And it's just another one at the high end of the finishing scale, because we've had a 158. We've had almost every top finish you can get apart from 167.
Yeah, it's the only one missing of the big four.
And we have seen a 159
55.
approach as well.
David, you require 157.
Should be treble 19.
99.
After a 13 darter in the first leg, we were thinking that maybe Adrian was going to do exactly what he did at the start of yesterday, but this game has gotten away from him.
Well, it's been the level of play, hasn't it, from David Davis?
26.
That's played its part.
David, you require
Absolutely
58.
right. He's been put under a lot of pressure. And he's been closed out very effectively by the Welshman.
First misstart at a double,
38.
and the second.
Adrian, you require 160.
This would be a bit special.
Hoping for a touche moment.
$60.
Can
David,
only
you
trim off the
require
60.
20.
That looks a little bit awkward.
He's got to pick a side. And this is hard for a right-hander because you're throwing right across your body. Yeah. Adrian Gray cannot watch.
Game shot of fourth leg, David Davies.
Had to be the third dart, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Looks a little bemused at the minute.
Well, as he should be, because up until the end of that leg, he averaging better and playing better than at any point yesterday.
134.
Just got to give David Davis the credit he's due.
The bright side is, if Adrian does lose this game, he's still got a fabulous chance of qualifying, because he will be playing against a lot of the people he's trying to hurdle. But then again, who's to say he won't win from this position?
Absolutely.
100.
One thing the Super Series have taught us, nothing's impossible.
You can be within one dart of victory at 3-0 up,
100.
and then things can change. We've seen it multiple times. A tremendous leg to leave himself on 127 to win the match. Adrian has had a brilliant start to leg 5, but because he hasn't got the darts, he's still chasing.
Yeah, 134 ton 140 for David.
100.
180 ton
David, you require
for Adrian Gray.
127.
Quality from both.
And
102.
misstart for the
Adrian,
game.
you require 121.
You've answered that. And why not?
Adrian's going to go 17s. He's going to go for double 5. Oh,
No
no.
score. David,
That
you
may be the
require
curtain call on this
25.
game. That was a great attempt. A match dart.
17.
And now, because he bust it,
Adrian, you require 121.
now he has to go all the way back to 121. This could have been 10 points. It could have been 5, but now it has to be 121 again. This time, it's the bull. Absolutely
shot of fifth leg,
sensational.
Adrian Gray.
How many times do we see it? You bust a big score like that, and the next visit you get one chance
Sixth
and you
flag,
take
it's
it out.
Adrian to throw
Right,
first.
utilising all of those hours spent playing soft tip, which is predominantly
Game on.
played on the bullseye, of course.
He's the only person I've ever met who's had a soft tip board in his living room. And it wasn't a small one, it was the full machine.
It feels like David Davis has been outscoring
97.
Adrian Gray, but he has 13 scores of a ton or more.
96.
David Davis is at 11.
I wonder if David is going to regret those 3 missed darts for the match.
May come back to haunt him. Because that finish will
140.
inspire Adrian Gray and totally change the mindset.
It really should. That takes real kahunas to do something like that 1-2-1 on the bull to stay in the match.
41.
Atlas stones.
He wants to stay up top because on 264, he's looking for a straight ton to leave a finish. Now he's got to think about plan B.
58.
All is not lost. A very healthy lead of 158.
Did have.
Not for long.
140.
Still retains the throw. And that was another thing that made that finish so crucial. He did break at that point.
Yeah. And a match favourite. And on the back of the disappointment of missing double 5 in the previous throw and busting his score, my head would have been in a shed.
That's like you
6.
said yesterday. Who likes double 5?
Davis here would love another couple of trebles. And he's got it.
140.
Back-to-back
Adrian, you
140s.
require 146.
There's a little bit of visualization in the background there from Adrian. What did he foresee? Did he see this being hit? So close.
Thought it was in. Thought that dart had gone under the previous one.
130.
That's
David,
an
you
impeccable
require
approach.
84.
The best you can do without taking the checkout out. But it's another match dart at the bull.
36. Adrian, you require 16.
To take us all the way in game number 2. It's very hard to separate these players in Group C.
It's a massive game for both, isn't it?
Double 2. That
Game shot on the
is huge.
sixth flag. Adrian Gray.
It was 3-1 Davis. He's now missed 4 darts for the match. Either David goes to 6
Seventh
points
from
to
final
join
leg. It's
Adrian in
David
this
to throw
leg,
first.
or Adrian
on.
goes to 8 points with Paul Dolson. And that would mean that Davis would be 4 points adrift of the top 2.
135.
Just imagine how the confidence would swell if you finish a game like this with 3 straight legs, but 2 of them are breaks of throw.
100.
Yeah, so a massive swing either way in emotional damage.
134.
This is classy.
Yeah, we don't play a contact sport here. Well, 99.999% of the time. But it really does feel physiologically that sometimes you do get hit.
Yeah, physically
59.
hurts.
I'm sure there are people out there thinking that we're talking from another side of our body. But if you were to wear
85.
a device that has goggles and it shows you a full spectrum of up, down, left and right, if you're uncertain programs, it actually feels like you're at the top of a mountain or something like that. It's about perception
81.
and how the body reacts
David,
to certain
require
things.
140
I just wonder how Adrian's going to react to this game if he loses it.
$97.
That's a massive last start.
Yeah, huge.
Just imagine if he leaves 88 instead. And then he may be forced to go for the bullseye again that he's already missed twice.
Yeah, and then leaves an
100.
odd number, and
David, you
the
require
pressure of the
50.
situation just increases.
This way, he's got tops to win.
Game shot.
And on his sixth match start,
David
Davis does get over the line. Adrian loses his first game of the day, but he's still very much part of the chasing pack, of which there are 4 players, now including David Davis. That was a quality game of darts. 2 massive checkouts. The 1-5-6 early, the 1-2-1 from Adrian Gray, but ultimately Davis wins it by 4-3.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you?
On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter. Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and we've now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
As we go into game 3, we are assured of another player going to 8 points, but who's it going to be? Will it be the legendary Welshman, or will it be the man in Wycombe Wanderers colours from Aylesbury? Mould, 6 points again on Thursday, the 3rd time this week. He has won 3 games from 5. He'll be looking to make his way to another Saturday night, just like this man from South Wales, 57 years of age now, meaning he was 27 when he became world champion. But this is an interesting match because yesterday Burnett lost to Mould in 7 legs, and that's all we've seen today so far. 7 leg
First
matches.
leg. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Well, we did suggest, Nico, and rightly so, that this was tight because of the numbers. It was very hard to separate them.
95.
Yeah, Burnett just shy of 88 average for the day. 9 maximums, which was really good to see from Richie. Turned that on yesterday.
60.
We've already talked about his doubles percentage of 28%. It's somewhat misleading. It was effective enough because he had so many chances.
125.
But the ceiling of performance, that is something that can change.
140.
I've seen many, many times, albeit not in this room, but in our previous studio, Richie Burnett coming into a Friday and saying to himself,
135.
I think I'm going to have to win every game today. And then he used to do that very often.
$28. Adam, you require 146.
Well, needs to forget those. This leg is pretty much done anyway. Well, it is now.
Shot on the first leg, Adam Mould.
Just another one to add to the collection of week 10.
Second leg, it's Richie
This
to throw
finishing
first.
is getting out of hand
Game on.
now.
It's remarkable, isn't it? Especially the big finishes, not your usual sort of tons to 121s. There is an absolute array
60.
of big finishes where there's 2 trebles in the combination rather than the normal one.
It's going to get to the stage by the time we get to Saturday night
60.
that everything above 130 has been hit.
Yeah, yeah.
And what we can tell you is that on more than 30 occasions this week alone, we've seen checkouts of 120 or more.
140.
Yeah, that's remarkable. That's a lot of balls or a lot of 2 treble double combinations.
57.
I think it's a good thing we don't do finish of the week anymore.
Yeah, good luck with that this week.
Which 170 do you want? There was a 9-darter with a 144 at the end. That was from this guy.
Yeah, that would take it for me. Although there was a 152 from
6.
Reese Robinson that appears relatively simple if you're a non-dart player.
I
121.
hope Tommy Morris is not taking it easy at home over yesterday and today because his competition is going to be stiff.
I'm sure you'd have ticked over yesterday with maybe
Richie require
a couple of hours separated in between a couple of hours break.
Now,
57.
Richie's not going to find the 121. The same number that was found in the previous match by Gray. And on that match, just briefly, I applaud what Adrian's
43.
done.
Richie
Because he could have lost that one
requires
4-1. Losing it 4-3, that could have a massive effect on the leg difference later.
Absolutely. Damage limitation, wasn't it?
48.
Well, surely Mould
Adam,
can't
you
do it
require
again.
160.
Not this time.
60. Richie requires 16.
He's getting chances early.
Game shot on
And
his
this
second
time he
leg,
takes for
Richie
1-1.
Burnett.
If you were going to have
Third
Richie
leg,
Burnett
it's Adam to throw first.
as part of a Secret Santa,
Game
what would
on.
you buy him?
A speaker. I'd buy him his own
81.
speaker. So we could leave ours alone.
That is a phenomenal answer.
Probably a back brace.
85.
What do you think he would want for Christmas? If he could have anything.
140.
Do you know what I would do? I would love to have him back here just before Christmas and have the 1995 dart shirt that he wore to win the World Championship framed
46.
and presented to him.
Yeah, so if you got it, let us know. Me and Nico will buy it for him.
100.
I just believe that
It's got to be somewhere, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
probably in someone's bottom drawer or in the loft somewhere.
I believe that things like that should belong to the people that wore them.
121.
Original things like that, and it should be their choice. And if Richie gave it away, fair enough, it was his choice. But if he would like it back, he should have the option to get it back.
40.
If we were going to have a darts museum, that would be one of the most iconic pieces of clothing in it. Of that, there's no doubt.
97. Adam, you require 140.
Here we go again.
You're
surprised when they miss.
Richie, you require 152. Game shot on the
Wowzers.
third leg. Richie
Well, that
Burnett.
one's already been ticked off the list, Nico, hasn't it?
Yeah, so nobody's allowed to call bingo.
Fourth flag. It's Richie
But what I
to
can
throw
tell you is
first.
that that is the second 152 of the week.
Game on.
I'm feeling a little bit dizzy with all these big finishes. But we've had 3 170s, 2 164s, 2 161s, a 158, a 156 twice,
140.
2 152s, and a heck of a lot else. 8 Shanghai finishes this week as well.
Yeah.
100.
8 120 finishes is remarkable. 3 121s, 125, 127, 2 130s, a 132, a 142, 144.
This is abnormal. It's
100.
only Friday afternoon.
Well, there weren't many last night because the scoring didn't allow them to be on any big finishes.
140.
There was one, wasn't there, that was, which you'd say was big.
Yeah, Lishman took out a 158
Yeah.
in a 4-3 loss to Duff.
Yeah, there was only 3 in total last night. One 100 finished by Tommy, and then Seb had a 107.
100.
I'll just give Richie the leg. He's on 161.
$57.
Oh, doesn't need to go
Richie
for it.
require 161.
Doesn't mean he won't, of course.
Aw, Richie.
Good man, Richie.
129.
We've only had 2 this week. Never mind. We'll just have to wait for the next big finish, which is probably going to be in leg number 5.
134. Richie require
We're missing the
32.
167. If we're playing check out bingo.
Well, that means that we're going to get 3 in a row then for a 9-darter. 88. And
Game
that
shot
is
on
a
the fourth
massive
leg.
dart.
Richie Burnett.
Yeah, the game could have literally spun on that one dart in hand.
Fifth flag. It's Adam to throw first. Game on. $35.
There's quite a lot of movement in the background there with Richie doing a bit of calisthenics. I think he might have been watching Mr. Motivator this morning.
100.
I think that would make for a really good slow motion video when he does that.
28.
He's more graceful than Nadia Comaneci. Got to be a max.
108.
With an accent at the end.
Yeah, but all of that happens after the dart's gone, isn't it? Jockey was exactly the same. jockey would have that massive thrutch, but the dart had left the hand.
125.
It's only a 92 average. It's actually looked a little bit better than that, but it's a very effective 92. His doubles have been excellent.
121.
But his scoring towards the end of the match has been superior than that of Adam.
Oh,
100.
this goes, doesn't
Richie
it?
require 100.
Stay on the 60. And hit the double 10. And
Great shot.
take the
And
game.
match, Richie Burnett.
What a ridiculous finishing game that was. A 152 from Richie Burnett, a 146, which seems like a long time ago now, from Adam Mould, and that was the only leg he got. But Richie Burnett has found his way to the top of the table, and he is going to be the person to catch with performances like that. Very, very good. And that ends round number 1 with Burnett in charge at the top. He wins by 4 legs to 1, and next it's going to be Gray up against Dolson. Richie Burnett and Paul Dolson are at the top of the table right now in the top 2 qualifying positions. And the chasing pack know exactly what they have to do in the next round. David Davis will take on Adam Mould in game number 6 to end this round. And they've both got 6 points, so one of them is going to get to 8. But that is the job right now of Gray. But this is a job that's twofold. Win the game and restrict your opponent. And with these classic Super Series 4-pointers, you do not want to let someone
First
you're playing
leg, it's
put a
Adrian to throw
4-point
first.
cushion between you
Game on.
and them. We're getting very close to the nitty-gritty part of this group. But that is what we are facing. If Gray loses again,
58.
he stays on 6 and Dolson goes to 10. and there'd be only 3 rounds left. Easy to say this is a must-win game for Adrian,
59.
but he just wants to stop this streak of losing. That is the biggest thing.
Yeah, my thing was he had to win his opening 3.
140.
The only person that Adrian has not beaten in this group so far is David Davis after playing them
100.
twice. If you're talking about opponents he's played once, he's beaten everybody else but Paul Dolson. Lost this game yesterday, and this set him on the path to possibly losing that last game yesterday as well.
Yeah, I agree. He
121.
didn't seem to recover from that defeat.
We've already seen Dolson win today.
99.
A tight one against Brower. It was very effective. Mid-80s average. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. If he does that again, Adrian's forced into doing what he was doing in the first 3 games yesterday.
60.
But I think Adrian's got the capabilities of getting more 2 and 3 treble visits.
100.
So he does
Adrian,
have
you
in his
require
locker
122.
the chance to keep Dolson out of the outer ring capacity. Well, he wanted to leave himself on 50 or 14 there. As a result, he's left 56. And because of what's happening on the finishing
82.
here this week,
All you require 143.
we have to pause and see whether this is another number found.
$55.
So,
Adrian, you require
For the
40.
hold of throw.
Game shot on the
Fuss
first
free.
leg. Adrian Gray.
And what he needs to do in this game is exactly what he has just done.
Second
He
leg. It's
kept
Paul to throw
his
first.
opponent away
Game on.
from the doubles. All you've got to do is that 4 times. Sounds really simple, doesn't it?
Well, it was one element of his
100.
match play yesterday, which was very, very good and higher than anybody else, and that was his finishing stats at over 40%.
100.
Doesn't blink at all when he throws 3 darts, Adrian. It's very common with
100.
a lot of players who like to make sure that they don't take their eye off the target, especially when it comes to the scoring phase. Nobody epitomizes that more than Richard Veenstra. He could probably stare a hole through the dartboard.
140.
Yeah, he's super focused.
A lot of people think that Richard is quite a scary-looking
100.
individual. He's anything but.
Yeah, nice fella. Fine player too.
Yeah, he'll be at the Players' Championship finals next week, and Alexandra Palace again. It's the minimum
57.
requirement, isn't it, for people to stay in the top 50 in the world? Now,
97.
is this a leg where Adrian can keep going in stopping Dolson getting shots? In order to do that, he's got to get himself onto something like 110.
60. All you require 100.
I question whether staying on the 60 there was the right play. And he can't stop Dolson in this moment. Well, that wasn't on purpose.
100.
He finds himself on double 2.
Adrian, you require 144.
Well, this one we've had already, and it was on the back end of. They had a mould 9. But Adrian Gray isn't going to find it here.
41. Paulie require 4.
Not the easiest start next.
2.
So Adrian does
you
get a
require
chance.
103.
Yeah, he will rue that previous visit.
Yeah, that wasn't great. 41 points scored. If only he was around 96 or better. Treble still required. But just in case,
62. Paulie require 2.
he does give himself a look at 9 double 16 if
No score.
and now when
Adrian, you require 41.
the miss comes.
Well, is this the bit of good fortune that Adrian Gray needed?
Yeah, just to be clear, Dolson missing double 1 was not unlucky.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
was
second
very
leg.
good.
Adrian Gray.
He bossed the first leg.
Third leg, it's Adrian to
He
throw
took his
first.
chance in the second, and now this is a
on.
game that he will think he should end. I wonder in which round this afternoon we're going to get some
6.
clarity as to who's going through. I would not be shocked that if we've got 4 games to go, we still don't have anybody through.
81. $84.
Did you know that Adrian used to have his own calendar?
I did not.
Yeah, about 16 years ago, he had a calendar made. That would be a bit of a collector's item now.
Yeah, I bet.
96.
I wonder how many catalogue poses he did in that calendar. It'd have to be better than the one we saw from Marvin van Velsen and the Big Watch Brigade when he won series number 8.
60.
By the way, that's the name of their group. They all have massive watches. So I christened them the Big Watch Brigade.
100.
Nothing wrong with that, of course, if you can pull it off.
I do have one in my collection from years ago when they were really popular.
80.
You don't wear it anymore?
No, it's in the box. Through that spell of
60. Adrian, you
collecting
require
watches.
117.
All the players have done this week is collect big finishes.
big fish.
$57.
That's not too bad.
Paulie require 164.
We've already got the 164 this week. But we'll take another one. Bullseye. Oh, that's a close call.
Adrian, you require 6.
What Adrian would give for a single 20, about 3 millimeters under the tops. That will suffice. Very well done.
Third leg, Adrian Gray.
Well, it's not been particularly pretty, but it's been effective. The
Fourth
doubling's
leg,
good.
it's Paul to throw
60%,
first.
3 from 5.
Game on.
Trying to categorize
44.
this game, in my own mind, it's very difficult to do that. There's not a great deal between them, average-wise.
80 for Paul, 82 for Adrian.
60.
Yeah, it's almost as if Dolson has had plenty of the ball if it was a football match, but he just hasn't been able to find the back of the net.
Great analogy.
And then Adrian has had his share of the ball. He's been more effective in the box, and he's scored on the counter-attack in leg number 2.
$96.
He'll probably feel at this point, if he keeps chipping away, he's going to get a chance to win this match. But like we always say, when you're 3-0 up, you must maintain intensity. If your focus drops for about 3 or 4 minutes and you go to sleep, the next thing you know, you're level.
$125.
Moments like this are all about what you're saying to yourself when you're not throwing. And if I were in Adrian's shoes right now, I'd say, if you slip up, I'm going to be right there. It's a positive statement to yourself.
Yep.
And he's going to be right there. See?
108.
Right there
Body
waiting.
require
Song,
40.
isn't it?
Richard Marks needs to find the mark, does Dolson. And that might be that.
Adrian, you require 40.
Exactly what you said about hitting the max.
Double 10. Huge dart for a massive turnaround in leg difference. And the 2 points.
20. Paulie require 10.
Couldn't have got any closer. Dolson hasn't hit a dart at a double out of 11 attempts. But now he has.
Fourth leg, Paul Dolson.
The dirty dozen. And he finds a double.
Fifth leg, it's Adrian
Massive
to throw first.
amount of work to do from
Game
here.
on.
What are you thinking if you're the conqueror right now? You've just had 3 darts for the match. Shaking that off is not an easy thing to do.
No, you just sort of say, right, come on, just create another chance. Give me one more opportunity.
100.
Bad mentality, but that would be my mentality. He, no doubt, is saying to himself, right, let's just get it done now with the throw.
And this is where a technique called anchoring can come into its own, because you can reset the way you think in a matter of 3 to 5 seconds. Something that great sports people have done. You've been through a stressful moment.
60.
And you find a way of resetting everything. It's an individual process. It's not a case of one size fits all. It's something you
finding
have to...
that trigger.
Absolutely.
96.
One of the most famous anchoring techniques was Louis Oosthuizen at the 2010 Open Championship at St Andrews. And he had a red dot on his golf glove the whole tournament. And he used that red dot
41
to visualize the kind of things that he wanted. And he won that tournament by a margin.
Yeah, I remember someone as well had an elastic band and pinged the elastic band. It was over the wrist, if you want to know where it was. Yeah, and you just sort of ping it, and that would be
81.
And those techniques, they stop you from having a mental spiral.
Well, who was the golfer that went into the stream, and he could have done with that, couldn't he? The one who was leading the
60.
Jean van der Velde.
Yeah. He could have done with that.
Yeah, that was 25 years ago. 1999 at Carnoustie.
55.
Wow. If you'd have said 15, I'd have said, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think Colin Montgomery could have used that at the 2006 US Open as well. Middle of the fairway on the 18th.
100.
Bogey would have given
Adrian,
him
you
a first major, and he ends up double
154.
bogeying and losing the tournament to Jeff Ogilvy.
$80.
That's not
Paulie
bad.
require 140.
he doesn't get it, which he might, it's been that kind of week.
What's happening here?
On the fifth leg, Paul Dolson.
I've used an analogy in the past that some dart
Sixth
players
leg,
are
it's
very
Paul to throw
hard
first.
to get rid of.
Game on.
A bit like trying to get rid of a bowling ball with a feather. And this guy right now, after watching Adrian have 3 darts at tops to beat him 4-0, is now very much back in this
140.
game.
And kicks, leg 6, with a 140, keeping that seed of doubt
81.
in the mind of Gray.
If
131.
you're Adrian, the thoughts have got to be very quiet right now. If they're going off in his head like cymbals at a Kiss concert,
28.
this might be a situation where he needs to stop and just breathe for a couple of seconds and just turn things down a bit. Because it looks very much likely we're going to a last leg decider here.
76. $60. Poorly required.
Last week we saw
154.
5 people lose from 3-0 up. That basically never happens. I can't remember one time this week we've seen it happen at all.
98.
The consolation is that Adrian will have the darts in the last leg.
81. Poorly required. 56.
Yes, that's the only saving grace right now for him, because this would be a
Game shot on a
hurtful,
sixth
hurtful
leg.
defeat.
Paul Dolson.
This is how weird this game is.
7th and final leg.
Forget
It's
about the
Adrian
averages.
to throw
They
first.
mean absolutely nothing
Game on.
right now. But after missing his first 11 darts at a double, he's hit his next 3. As the man from Wales.
59.
including one in the 140 combination.
$80.
As you were. That could have been a lot worse for the man from Hastings. Now he really does have to battle.
$60.
He's just falling into that trap of forcing everything rather than rely on his ability. That took a horrible,
41.
horrible deflection.
Well, one of the things that dart players don't tend to do in moments like this is they don't allow energy to come down. If you stand up straight properly, you will allow all of the stress in your body to go through your body, through your legs, and into your feet and into the earth. It's just the way it works. That's how gravity works. But if you're too tense in your upper body, it will stay in the upper half, and that's why you can't have it as a dart player. Stand up straight, take a breath,
100.
let the tension fall.
How do you? Because obviously you used a lot of techniques when you were playing. How do you
140.
memorize or think about those things in the moment? Because my brain just goes to mush.
This is where anchoring comes into it, because you need something that reminds you.
You need that trigger.
You need that red dot.
23.
You need, in my case, it was sometimes a few letters written on my wrist. And it was somewhat outlawed by the
55.
late Tommy Cox.
Nowadays, it'd be embraced, of course.
Correct. This is what we've seen. But what happens next could signify what we see next
41.
round-wise.
Adrian, you require 127.
This is a doable situation for Gray. He can grow out of this if he wins 4-3. The layup. Very well done.
95.
No checkout bingo.
But what I like about that is he's leaving a double that was immensely effective at this point yesterday.
Yeah, and prosperous, wasn't it?
43.
And that,
Adrian, you require
it's
32.
perfect for great because there's no pressure.
No score.
Just a bit short. He may have to attack it a little bit more when he comes back because Dolson is about to leave a finish. But how small will it be?
Really small.
133. Adrian, you require 32.
Pressure situation. But pressures for
Shot
tyres.
And the match, Adrian
When he
Gray.
needed to hit it, he hits it. It might not feel like it right now because it looks like Adrian Gray is just a little bit dizzy from that 7-leg contest. He may well have won it by 4-0, but he still walks away with 2 crucial points. And over the next 10 minutes or so, it doesn't really matter how they played, but he prevailed under huge pressure and wins it by 4-3. When we come back, it could be the last meeting of the week and probably will be between Burnett and Brouwer.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? Took me a long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back. Time to see what Richie Burnett can do in response to what we've seen from the chasing pack. But now, with Burnett at the top of the table, he can actually extend his advantage to not just leg difference, but to points. And this week, against Johan Brouwer, he has had a great deal of fun. Not just because they're two characters and they've provided us with a lot of highlights.
It's Johan to throw first. Game on.
but because Richie has beaten him 4 times out of 4, and boy, does he need another 2.
Yeah, it was 4-2 yesterday, an average of 86.
96.
Richie, 4 out of 11 on the doubles, just the 180. This is an even more improved version, and he's
99.
continued to improve day on day for me. He's looking a lot more confident and
41.
a lot more in control.
I don't think Richie's ever done anything the easy way. So this week almost lends itself to him succeeding.
41.
Yeah, he seemed to come through adversity.
$100.
If you were a producer and you had the ability to make something happen in relation to Richie Burnett, and it had to be one of the
86.
next 3 things, it couldn't be all or 2, just one. Book, movie, documentary series. Which one would you choose?
140.
I'm going to try and take a smart approach.
59.
Book,
Johan, you require
because
124.
once people have read the book, someone would turn it into a movie and someone would make a documentary.
Very clever. Doesn't usually go the other way around.
No. Because it's
92.
a remarkable story. It's got everything. It's sad, it's happy, there's fun, there's
81.
disappointment.
Johan, you require 32.
It may just be the biggest starting story.
No score.
How has that not gone in?
Richie, you require 135.
Let me just refer to our checkout chart of the week. Have we had a 135 yet? Nope. Richie, we still need it. We still need it. He's on 79. And now he's not.
113.
But if
Johan,
Brower
you
repeats the
require
trick on
32.
double 16, Richie might get a bonus. That's right. It is 22. Absolutely right, Richie.
Game
Doesn't
shot
matter
of
anymore,
first
does it?
leg, Johan Brower.
That's right. Get Richie Burnett on countdown.
Second leg is
Or the
Richie
8
to
out of
throw
10
first.
cats does countdown. That
Game
would
on.
be funny. Stick him in Dictionary Corner with Susie Dent. Now there's something I'd watch.
60.
I can imagine if he does the letters. I got a 4-letter word for you. Boom! It's one of his favourite words.
60.
Yeah, it was a shame because if Richie could have somehow mustered up not even a world title, but just
42.
another major title. There was so much symmetry between people like Higgins and Jockey Wilson, who had them big gaps in between success. And
100.
well, in the early stages of 2000, I did think Richie was gonna pick up another one.
Could have been a match play champion.
Yeah.
59.
Think about some of the players that did win the match play. Someone like Peter Everson, for instance.
135.
That was in the mid-90s when Richie was one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world.
Yeah. There's certain people like
45.
Alex Higgins, Jimmy White, Jockey Wilson, Richie Burnett, Eric Bristow, they're irresponsible geniuses. Georgie Best.
81.
If you're talking about darting mavericks, he is very much towards the top of the table.
60. Johan, you require 125.
He's losing his grip on this game.
Well, it's just not happening for him at the moment. Johan's just sticking in, picking up bits. Wow. That was
67.
creative, if not a little daft.
Maybe it's not as daft as it
100.
looks.
Johan, you require 58.
Only if this goes out. Well, go your own way,
Games
pal.
on his second leg, Johan Brown.
He's obviously a fan of Fleetwood Mac then.
Third leg.
That was
it's
an
Johan to throw
unconventional
first.
ending to that leg.
Game on.
All 5 darts of it.
But he was trying potentially to leave himself on a 2-darter with 2 darts
96.
thrown. It's easy to think they're going 25 and then for bull after that, seen as a maverick move, but it's not the weirdest thing I've seen this week.
137.
Is Johan smelling an opportunity here to keep Richie at 8 points alongside Dolson and Gray?
140.
There was that thought when we were at the top of the show that he could become spoiler.
45.
But with a win in this game, he would only get to 4 points himself. He's still very much out of the running.
Yeah. He had to go through the card for me.
Same. If he's to qualify from this position,
65.
you'd need Diego Maradona's help. Sublime.
108.
Special.
And he almost did that with an ice skating spin at the end.
Triple Solco.
It should come with a sound effect, that kind of dismount. Like, ta-da!
100. Richie require 139.
Nobody's done it better.
$59. Johan, you require.
But Johan is the
100.
person who could be 3-0 up.
Hmm.
60. Richie require 8.
Still in a bit of bother here as Burnett. This has got to be good. It's despair.
60. Johan, you require 40.
It's almost like the dartboard's trying to blow him backwards.
Can't believe it.
If this goes in, that would have been a killer blow
Richie
to Burnett.
require 20.
Yeah, especially a last starter. It just smarts that little bit more. You get hope.
Games on
Oh
the
boy,
third
that's a
leg,
beautiful
Richie
dart.
Burnett.
It's amazing how things are changing mid-match in this second round.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first.
What could have been 4-0 for Gray
Game on.
turned out to be 4-3. What could have been 3-0 is now very much game on here.
$60.
We were looking back at the mid-90s earlier in the week, talking about the people that were in the 1995
$60.
Lakeside and where they are now. Some of them are no longer with us. Some of them are still thriving. Look at Paul Hogan. He's in this Champions Week at the end of 2024.
Yes.
I'm sure you'll have plenty to say about Peter Wright when you go to Minehead next week. There's a lot of
100.
fat to chew right there.
Well, he played Richie in the first round.
41.
It's an incredible moment in that match where he thought he wanted 36 and he's hit the double 18 and sort of looks and it was actually 46. He miscounted in the previous visit. Cooley pops in the double 5 for the leg, but it was Richie, of course, who progressed, and we've now racked up 150.
Johan, you require
180s for the week.
161.
He's going to have to wait for a shot for 3-1. By the way, another person who was in that tournament,
45.
his hairstyle has just come back into fashion. Big Bob Taylor.
Love old Big Bob.
The mullet is back.
I do believe he's back in Scotland.
100.
Just on the rare chance he may be watching it. You well, Bob?
Johan, you require 160.
It's been a while. Or as the Americans say, it's been a minute.
Can he guide one over the top? Yes, double 18. And that one does register the leg. He needed 36, not 46.
Richie cannot believe it. He's hit the max to
Fifth
leave
flag.
double
It's
10.
Johan to throw first.
What a contrast of emotions right there. That's a great photograph.
Oh, a penny for his thought. I know what he's thinking.
6.
Wouldn't want to be his bottom lip right now. It's just been chewed.
Yeah. Well, I know what the initials are. JB. That's what he'll be thinking. And it ain't James Brown.
95.
After he hits that max, he's thinking, I've got this.
Yeah.
But you've got to give Johan credit. That was a great
Absolutely.
checkout. Stunningly done.
Especially on the back of the max from Richie. The pressure was applied.
140.
If you look at Johan on the oche right now, he hasn't got a care in the world. All of the pressure has been lifted.
Yeah, and that's the secret, I think, to playing this game
100.
at your best. It's the ability to play with freedom.
Maybe that's what David Hasselhoff should have been singing about in 1989.
100.
He's been playing with freedom. Johan is going to get 6 darts from 201.
57.
And this would be music to the ears and joy to the eyes of Dolson, Gray and Davies and Mould.
100.
Every single one of them wants Brouwer to win this match.
$83.
And the fact that Richie has won 4 out of 4 against this guy, but this game could have the biggest effect. Just goes to show, never give up.
65.
This has been very similar
42.
to the output we got from Brouwer in the first round of play. He didn't win that game. But he has won this one.
And the match.
He gets his first win of the week against Richie Burnett. He bossed the game, and that 116 checkout in the penultimate leg was very impressive indeed. His first win of the day, and this table is so unpredictable. We'll get to that in due course, but Johan wins that by 4 legs to 1, and to end round 2, it will be Adam Mould and David Davis.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy.
A couple more visits yet.
We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back, and this table in Group C is massively unpredictable. Just to paint a very brief picture at the start of this 6th game of the Friday afternoon session, Adam Mould is on 6 points and a leg difference of -3. He's in 5th position. But if he wins this game, he will join 3 players on 8. We are guaranteed to have another player on 8 points at the end of this one. Trying to pick 2 players out of 5, possibly 6, is a bit of a minefield right now. Johan Brouwer can still qualify, but it is the slimmest possible chance.
100.
At this stage, it looks like 5 players looking for 2 spots.
Last time out,
125.
Adam played really, really well. 1-4-6 finish, and we're beginning to think, here we go. He's on it today. Ultimately, went down to Richie Burnett 4-1.
96.
With a 91.39 average. Only was offered 2 opportunities as a double, as Richie averaged 94.31.
85. 45.
Sorry, mate. Adam won this tie 4-2 yesterday.
At this stage, do you think that has any bearing on this?
No, not now.
6.
This is for me. This is now all about who can hold it together.
Yeah, situational pressure.
Yeah, be thinking to yourself, 85 to 90 averages and just be as solid as possible, and that may well get you over the line.
2,000 maximums in the series. So there's a pointless answer for you. Who got the 2,000th 180 of series number 9? It was David Davis.
Double D. Triple D's been
40.
Doing all right when he absolutely brutalised AJ. Double D's doing all right here.
59.
Mould wasn't bad in
David
the AM
40.
over the last few days, but he's got to thrive in the PM. Otherwise, he will be shut out of a chance of another Saturday.
Gave
And
Sean
it's Double
first
D who
leg,
takes the
David
lead.
Davies. Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Seems to be more settled here on Friday, does David, because yesterday at this stage, he looked
100.
like someone who was walking under a lot of ladders. He looked very cautious.
Yes, he didn't settle at any point for me yesterday, really. There was moments, but there's a lot more purpose
123.
about him as a player today.
A lot of these games have been very close today as well.
140.
3 last leg shootouts already. But if you want to jump your way up the table, you don't just need to get wins now. You need to get better results than the people above you.
Yeah, 4 threes are futile. You need some big wins, but they're so evenly matched.
76.
These are the games we've got going for you in round number 3. Burnett will take on Gray. That's 2 players on 8 points. Dolson takes on Davies.
81.
Dolson's on 8 points and currently top of the table, even though he didn't throw a dart in the last match. Because the leg difference of Burnett did come down by 3.
45.
Davies' predicament is very dependent on this match, as is the same for Mould, who takes on Brower, who is now rejuvenated after beating Burnett.
140.
Brower's got
Adam, you require
a few matches off
140.
now. Up next is Burnett and Gray. Big game. Then Dolson and Davis, followed by Mould against Brower.
120.
Safety
David,
first
you
there from
require
Adam.
99.
That's more than satisfactory.
Tops.
How many times do we see it?
Adam,
So
you require
annoying.
20.
As a player, you think, why just didn't I go that way?
Got to stick to your guns.
15.
Oh no.
David, you require 20.
Not what Adam envisaged.
That's what Davis hoped. Oh,
No score.
I was going to say hoped for. He can't believe it.
Adam, you require 5.
That's one of those moments where you're betting on either black or red and it hits a 0. He's doing the right thing here, going left.
1.
But you've got to miss
David, you
that dart when you
require
do that.
20.
Yeah, you've got to get it over it.
Game shot on the
Look
second
where that one
leg.
is.
David
Nowhere near the double 15.
Thrown with authority and confidence.
Third leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
People that these guys know very well will be having some important practice sessions over the next few weeks leading up to the World Championship draw.
140.
But of course, Adam from Buckinghamshire, which is the county that Fallon Sherrick has played for most of her career.
45.
Her partner is playing in the Grand Slam tonight. Cameron Menzies in the quarterfinals against Mickey Mansell, but Fallon back at the Palace. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, well,
85.
she's stuck to her guns, hasn't she? She's made it quite clear that that's where she wants to play her darts outside of
100.
the women's series and here and ADC.
We had the final on Saturday afternoon, losing out to Gemma Hayter.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous 12 months for Gemma.
100.
She has come on leaps and bounds, but I'm not sure where Fallon's game is right now.
59.
For me, Fallon has to be playing all the time. That's when she's at her best. When she has long gaps in between, she takes a long time to wind it back up to her optimum level.
Absolutely agree.
82.
Reps
Yep.
must be found pre-Worlds. Competitive reps.
Well, I don't think she'd have any excuse, sir. I think her and Cameron would be
100. David, you require
practicing
94.
flat out. But I'm not sure that dynamic would particularly work, but who knows?
They might even draw each other.
That would be hilarious.
This isn't funny for Adam.
78.
There was a time, of course, when Cameron was practicing a lot with Fallon and
100.
openly admitted he
David, you
couldn't get anywhere
require
near it.
16.
8 for a 3-0 lead.
Game
3-0 it is.
leg, David Davies.
Started this game with 6 points and a better leg
Full
difference
flag. It's Adam to
than
throw
Mould.
first. Game on.
Adam would be 5th still if he loses this match, but if his leg difference starts to tumble,
140.
he's got an awful lot of work to do in the last 3 rounds to qualify.
If you were one of those players that were eligible to play here but in the Worlds, would you be begging to play week 12 here and the full
99.
week in the hope of qualifying for Champions Week and getting 2 weeks of, for me, the best prep in the world for the Worlds?
134.
I wouldn't be knocking on the door.
Be kicking it down.
I would bring a hammer.
Standard Draper one, or maybe an S-wing, or maybe a sledgehammer.
42.
I remember my Worlds debut. I did all of my preparation whilst staying in Littlehampton, just down the south coast. I know
it well.
Spending a bit of time with
57.
some guys that I'd met in the town. I did an exhibition with Russell Stewart because he was in the Worlds as well. And I was up every morning on the board, straight after breakfast, fresh air, more time on the board.
80.
And then I'd play
Adam, you
competitive games at
require
night.
170.
I worked hard. And that's what everybody going into a World Championship should be doing.
134.
A few years later, I remember practicing with Josh Payne for a World Championship when we practiced ourselves into the ground. But then we took 3 or 4 days off beforehand to make sure that we weren't
140.
over-practiced.
Adam, you require 36. Game shot on the 4th flag.
Adam's keen
Adam
on that,
Moll.
and he should be. That's a 13-darter to keep himself in the match.
5th
The amount
flag.
you
It's David
practice
to throw first. Game on.
is key, but it must be timed well. And I remember a game years ago when Brendan Dolan was playing Kevin Painter at the Worlds. Brendan won that
45.
game comfortably. And when Kevin was interviewed after, he said, I went up there and I had nothing left. I practiced too much.
Yeah, it's very much like a
140.
fighter in camp. You've got to taper it up and then get yourself match sharp, match fit, and then just slowly taper it down. And it's the type of practice you know. I've done it where it's
96.
pointless practice, and then when I knew the draw, I would draft in a player of similar speed just to get used to the tempo of how the tempo of the game was going to be.
180.
At 3-0, we're thinking David Davis has got this one by the scruff of the neck. And then we turn a corner, and Adam Mould has got himself back into this one.
Oh, we had a similar
58.
match between Adrian and Paul, didn't we? Adrian led 3-0, looked as comfortable as one of them big sofas, and all of a sudden he's
30.
back in the game. I say hesitantly.
Now, there's a good idea. We need to do what they used to do at the Players, where they'd have the VIP sofa at the
Adam, you
front.
require
Brilliant that, wasn't it?
151.
Double top.
131.
He's got a few of the biggies over the last few days, including a 146 from earlier. No sign of panic from David.
Adam, you require
Just leaving
20.
himself poised just in case. But this from
Game
Mould
shot on
has
the
been
5th
very
leg.
good.
Adam
27 darts for the last 2 legs.
Sixth leg. It's Adam to throw first.
And we're back on
Game
throw
on.
in as little as 4 minutes from the point where Davies was thinking about 4-0.
180.
He is absolutely flying.
Some dart players really do start to play better when they're 2 or 3-0 down.
Shackles come off, don't they?
58.
It's back to that playing with freedom we spoke of earlier. You think you beat, so you just play like you practice.
100.
What's your thought on, I mean, these matches are
96.
real back and forth. It's going to take some out of the players later on, isn't it?
Yes, it definitely will.
We're going to see people fade in the back end of today's session.
Well, Eddie Gray, at the end of his last match,
101.
he looked like he'd gone 6 rounds.
Yeah, he was out on his feet.
Which makes the 2-game break of about 30 minutes,
100.
if a little bit more.
Adam, you require 120.
Really key to see how he addresses, how he moves forward. Another 120?
80.
And that would have been 39 darts for 3 legs. A world-class blitz from Mould, who is now looking for a 40-dart blitz on 40
59.
points.
Adam, you require 40.
He's not under pressure, but he hits it anyway.
Game shot on a 6th leg. Adam Mould.
And even after those missed darts at doubles, it was still only a 15-dart leg.
7 from final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Some of these scorelines are turning out to be nightmare beginnings, but have turned out to be the ideal scoreline either way for the top
97.
3 in the table.
$140.
Adam Mould has got Brower in the next round. However, with a 2-game gap, the way he's playing right now,
140.
he doesn't want to stop playing.
$43.
That may be the one score that David can get his teeth into. He's done well to get to 264 after 6. That's an incredible dart.
140.
That 140 is one of the best we've seen this week. We saw one from Reece Robinson last night that was breathtaking. But under the circumstances,
58.
that's just as good.
David, you require 124.
Treble 16 or treble 8. More than
84.
sufficient. And after all of the work that Mould has done to get himself back into this one, it may just be one hurdle too far.
100. David, you require 40.
Hasn't had a dart at a double in a while.
Not since leading 3-0.
35.
Oh no.
Adam, you require
That
106.
could not have been worse than we've just seen. The triple split.
And it's just the fear of
100.
the single one. It
David, you
shrinks to the
require
size of a
5.
stamp.
Just. And
Game
in.
shot and the match.
Wow, what a
David
big 2
Davies.
points that is for David Davis. It's now 4 players on 8 points. It's pointless me saying at the top of the table. The table is just the table now. Because Adam Mould is still 5th. But he's still within 2 points of the top 4. This is crazy stuff. Because round 2 has finished with another 4-3. That one won by Davies. And now we digress as we go into round 3. get your teeth into that one and try and figure out who is going to be in the top 2 by the end of the day, because the only thing we really know at this point is that Johan Brouwer has got to have everything go his way between now and the end. But he's still not out of it. He's got a game against Adam Mould in game 9, but by that point, he might have even more to do. But Dolson and Burnett at the top with the same leg difference, the same points, plenty of chasers. Round 3 is about who can get the next 2 points. And the people that don't will have more to do in the final 2 rounds than the others. It's as simple as that.
And it's looking more and more likely.
First leg,
Nico,
it's
your
Richie
prediction
to
of
throw
12
first. Game on.
It's going to be bang on. Anybody who can win 2 of their next 3 games are in.
108.
Now, I like that from Richie on the back of what really was a frustrating match against Johan. Bounces straight back, first throw, max.
59.
I honestly can't remember the last time I saw a Group C table like this, where nobody has got double-digit points after 7 rounds of play.
100.
We could be in for the most ridiculous ending to a Group C we've seen. However, that reminds me
100.
of a couple of series ago when Chris Hurds and Ryan Finesse were separated at the very end of that Group C campaign by average.
Yes.
100.
Same points, same leg difference, same legs won. It came down to average. And it was Chris Hurds that prevailed and went to Saturday, and Ryan Finesse
140.
went back to Salisbury.
Richie require
It's
121.
cruel, that, isn't it? Wow.
At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 3 players on average.
86.
Of the top 4, who all have 8 points,
95.
they're separated by 4
Richie
legs.
require 35.
That is nothing.
It's one big win.
19. Adrian, you require 107.
Every time I see this, anything around this kind of number, I expect it to go.
Not this time.
55. Richie requires 16.
That looks a little awkward.
Game shot on the first leg.
That looks
Richie
a little bit
Burnett.
good.
See, Adrian,
Second leg. It's Adrian
I
to throw
wonder how-
first. Game on.
how match sharp mentally Adrian is, because it doesn't look.
60.
He looks almost jaded, doesn't he?
Well, if you think about how long ago it was that he was in week 10 of the previous series, he made the final.
96.
He lost out to Marvin van Velsen that night. He had some really, really good wins that evening as well.
85.
Beat Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 3. He beat Bradley Brooks by 4 legs to 2. Only losing out to the eventual series
81.
winner. Now, based on what you've just been saying there, Mace, that was 3 months ago.
Yeah, and the ADC tournaments that he plays in, they're done and dusted. They're real short course, and they're wrapped up in double quick time.
$62.
He actually lost twice that night to Marvin. That's one of the intricacies of a Saturday night.
140.
2 great darts and 1 flyer.
A Vinstra.
In a strange sort of way, that mad second dart from Adrian might have just given him a little bit of levity.
156.
Just to make him... It's amazing what a smile can do. It can make you relax immediately.
85.
Ouch. He was thinking of leaving 56 or better right there. Possibly double 8, but now the complexity of this finish is very different.
65. Adrian, you require 71.
The hurdle to tops.
Game shot on his second leg. Adrian Gray.
Loves that very much.
Yep, tied it up nicely there.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Another max for Richie.
Yeah, when he's throwing first at the start of a leg, that's the kind of behaviour from a player that is saying, you're not going to break me in this match.
60.
Love it.
Just for a second, we were pausing for effect there, just to make sure that the 9 wasn't on. 9s can be hit in clusters here at the Super Series. We had 2 in one day when Lee Cox and Tommy Lishman got them in back-to-back matches.
Yeah, in consecutive games.
85.
Who's to say we won't get another one in week 10? I wouldn't be surprised.
85. Richie require 96.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it's Springer later.
56.
Yeah, he's got one in his locker.
No doubt about that. He's going to be very hard to stop later on from 10 o'clock local time.
125. Richie require 40.
This was a very close game yesterday. It's going to be close again.
Third leg,
but
Burnett.
Richie Burnett is guarding his own throw masterfully.
Fourth flag, it's Adrian.
Yeah, Adrian got the better of
Game on.
Richie full 3, despite Richie having a slightly higher average.
96.
Richie's out for revenge.
From your experience, Chris, do dart players think of things like that?
I used to. If
55.
someone had got the better of me and I played him in sort of close proximity in terms of time, I'd think, right, let's just put that right.
98.
I have to agree a little bit. One situation springs to mind. I lost to Mark Hilton in Gladbeck in 2011, and I was on...
Bet you were thrilled about that.
I was in great form. I was really
58.
disappointed to lose that game 6-0. And
oh my God.
I went back to my table and I thought, how did that happen? And I said to myself in my own head, next time I play him, I'm going to get him back for that.
45.
And then it happened. Quite a while. I think it was a good few years later. I thought, I remember that game. Right, you're getting it now. And I beat him 6-0 back.
That's the way.
90.
So it just goes to show that if you use the right thoughts constructively, it can have massive positivity attached. I remember seeing an interview that Phil Taylor gave to Sky Sports in the middle part of 2010. He paid me the ultimate compliment and said, when I lost to Nico at
40.
Players' Championship finals in
Adrian,
2010.
you require 107.
I took the defeat on the chin over the next few days, but then something clicked as if to say, I'm not going to let that happen again. And he went into the Premier League and did things that we've never seen before.
96.
Yeah, he had a remarkable couple of years, didn't he? On top of the other remarkable couple of years. Or should I say decades?
125. Adrian, you require 74.
Yeah, he hasn't got himself under 130 there, which means 133 is very, very difficult to find if he gets a look. But he doesn't.
On the 4th flag, Adrian Gray.
So do not criticise yourself too much for leaving a shot that you never got a look at.
5th flag, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
This one has got 4-3 written all over it.
140.
But look at that. Start the leg. Leg 1, maximum. Leg 3, maximum. Leg 5, 140. Can Eddie Gray get near him
60
on his own throw?
Again, that's all down to experience on Burnett's part, isn't it? For break.
59.
It's the wrong shot. If a break sort of shows itself and you get it, it's a bonus. If not, just take care of your own legs. And I say that's the wrong shot because a 140 now
140.
only leaves him 162. Had he gone for the treble 17 and hit a single, he'd have put a 4 on the end, which means he can just throw 3 darts at the same target.
Yeah, if you're switching on dart 2,
100.
I can go for the 19s. But if you're switching on dart 3, you go for the 17s in that spot. And then, as if by magic, he says, it really doesn't matter what I left.
Well, I do say
Richie
darts can
require
become
122.
overcomplicated, but Richie playing Route 1 darts.
That'll do.
82.
He's playing darts like Bryson DeChambeau plays golf. Give me the driver.
He doesn't know how to lay up.
No, he doesn't.
60. Richie require 40.
Didn't stop him winning the US Open this year.
Games
there's
on the 5th
one
flag,
particular
Richie
shot.
Burnett.
It's done the rounds on the reels or whatever, and most people were sort of playing left, and he just completely cut it out and went over the top.
Yeah, that was at the Arnold Palmer Invitational. He's playing with...
Was it over top of like the Village type thing?
Yeah. He recently, DeChambeau, nearly had a hole-in-one in his own back garden over his house. He has a green in his garden, and he hit a shot from his driveway on the other side of the house, hit a wedge over it, and nearly had a hole-in-one. He didn't even see the green.
140.
I wonder if he picked out the chimney pot as a reference point.
Yeah.
You do that, golfers, don't you? Pick sort of, when you can't see it, you have some kind of reference point. It might be a tree or a marker.
Darts is no different. You have reference points on the dartboard that you use. And the way that Richie is starting legs in this match, he's making things very close to impossible for Gray to get the 2 points on offer.
140.
Back-to-back 140s for Richie. Well, the memories of that disappointment against Johan are
140.
firmly in the back of the mind.
Doesn't want to switch here. This is where switching to the 19s is the right play. Because if you don't get the treble 19, you can go to 18s after that and still leave a finish. But you put it perfectly, Mace. Route 1 darts.
Listen, Taylor was far from the best mathematically, but he was usually so far in front it didn't matter. He had all the time in the world.
41.
And Richie's got 6 darts to get this one finished. Before we go down the route of another 4-3 cliffhanger.
Single 16 is perfect.
136.
This has genuinely been one of his best performances of the entire week. It's been so well measured. He may have taken some questionable
58.
routes to
Richie
this point.
require 40.
But it is match point Burnett.
He was walking. What we normally do is stand behind with a fishing rod and...
Thirty.
He doesn't have the points yet.
Adrian, you require 120.
You can't believe it. What have we had? 8 of these?
Right-hand side has to be. That is a wonder dart.
100. Richie require 10.
Double five has had its say over the last couple of days.
Game
And
shot
it
and
gifts
the match.
Richie Burnett
Burnett.
2 crucial points. He's the first person to double figures in this group. And it's taken the 7th game of day 2 to get there. And he's still having a tip with double 10. It hasn't moved, Richie. I promise you that. Focus on the double five that you hit the middle of. Everything is a drama when Richie's in the building. You just can't stop watching him. We'll see more of him. He's got 2 more games to go to try and get his way to Saturday once again. But he wins that one by 4 legs to 2. And when we come back, it's all Welsh as we have Davies against Dolson.
And welcome back to match number 8, an all-Welsh affair that Paul Dolson managed to just edge 4-3 against David yesterday in a really good level type of match. But in terms of table, position and potential to qualify, this has plenty of jeopardy, Nico.
It really does. And if we're trying to think of a statement that signifies just how close things are, how about this? Both
First
players
leg,
in
it's
this
Paul to
game
throw first.
can go top of the table
Game on.
with the right result in this match.
Yeah, and that's an unheard of as players approach match number 8 of their campaign in a Group C.
But there's only one person
83.
who is undefeated today, and that is David. Somewhat surprising when you consider the level that some players have delivered, but he's been very consistent, averaged 93 in his first game.
With a 156 out at a
Indeed.
big moment.
And then protected a very good last leg decider against Adam Mould in Game 6.
Yeah, in a match that he led 3-0 and looked likely to win it big, but got pegged back, but held it all together with throw in a 7th and deciding leg.
97.
It was so easy for him to panic in that 7th leg as well, because Mould had played some stunning darts in legs 4, 5, and 6. It just so happened that he didn't press the panic button.
40.
He got a good start, and he got rid of that game before there was any more trouble.
I'm not really getting involved in the chat, of course.
60.
I just can't resist this one because this is just hilarious. Adrian would have destroyed him if he had been less luckier.
Well, 100.
That's why I don't read the drivel anymore. I'm done with it. Tell me you've never played darts without telling me you've never played darts.
140.
No comment. Moving swiftly on.
177.
Beautiful from Dolson. Lucky though.
146.
Anything but dull, son. That shot was like a shocking pink wall.
39. Paulie required 20.
Money went from second favourite to massive favourite for the leg in 3 brilliant
Games
darts.
on the first leg, Paul Dolson.
There is one thing that we really have to address at this point.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And it's the fact that yesterday, it was at this point where Dolson started to accumulate points. He was better at finishing
55.
the day than starting it. And if it happens again, I think he'll qualify. But he's going to have to beat players that he didn't beat yesterday.
But he's playing them today in a different order.
45.
That's the fairness of Group C.
Yeah, absolutely.
You might not want to play Johan Brouwer in the last game of the day. But then again,
100.
you'll get a crack at him early in the afternoon as well. So it's extremely fair, this group.
Yeah, and the final day on Group A, that's computer generated.
97.
Well, they're all computer generated, but
look at that beautiful follow through of David Davis.
100.
yeah, it's lovely. Right to the end of the throw.
Yeah, the flexing of the wrist. And for him, the wrist is going in a natural position. It's not going over towards the tendons. That can cause some repetitive
59.
strain. When it's going forwards, as a wrist is supposed to, that is something that can be repeated.
Yeah, and again, it's pointing at the target. So you see sometimes someone, they sort of open their hand and it'll go slightly to the left
41.
and they wonder why they hit fives, and the opposite, someone who sort of almost blocks so their hand opens to the right, they'll hit a lot of ones.
You ever seen the early slow motion footage of Michael van Gerwen?
41.
When his wrist is going over and it recoils. Mm-hmm. The man with the most flexible wrist in darts. And if you shake hands with him, he's got big hands.
Yeah, but isn't it worrying that he's the one that suffered with wrist injuries? It was an over-rotation, an over-exaggeration.
58.
Why do I get the feeling that someone's going to reap his wrath
Yeah,
over
I
the
know.
next month?
Someone's getting it. Either next week at the Players or at the Worlds, but someone's going to walk into one.
101.
Someone's going to walk
David, you
into
require
a 110 or
147.
somewhere around there.
Yeah, hence monster mode is about to be found. That's a nice switch.
94.
That'll do very nicely.
Probably require 158.
Unless we have a second 158.
Not this time. I think
94.
I
David,
think,
you require 52.
players starting to just feel it, especially those that are playing on day 5. You combine
Games
that
on
with
a
the pressure
second
of the
leg,
situation.
David Davies.
I think we're going to see some really interesting tight games towards. I mean, we've already had plenty
Third
of tight
leg,
ones,
it's Paul
but
to throw first. Game on.
Well, someone is going to get the 10 points in this game, which means we will have 2 players on 10 points in the top 2 positions
140.
at the end of game 8. But just imagine if Brouwer was to beat Mould next, they would both be 2 points behind 2 players on 8.
100.
I think Brouwer's trouble is leg difference, isn't it?
Yeah, he's on -7. Mould's on -4. Adrian Gray is not in a great position now at -2.
100.
These two are more favourable the closer this match is.
140.
And I don't see this match being won by a stretch.
$85.
And that 5 is a symptom of how Paul throws darts. If you look at him from the top of the board directly at him, there's a bit of upper body rotation in there. And like most right-handers, their tendency is to drag right. Yeah. Look at that right shoulder.
Yeah. If the timing's not right and he hangs on to it just for a fraction of a second longer, it's going
80.
left.
Yeah, look at his next scoring visit. His right shoulder is pointing at the board, but by the time he's finished, it's actually pointing at the camera, which is left of the board. So that rotation is probably a good 15 degrees.
121. Paulie require 96.
There's another pull. And another one.
56. David, you require 110.
Ideal. Tops.
70.
Yeah, I'm always more
Paulie
assured when I
require
see
40.
a single land plumb in the middle of the target.
Game shot on a third
That one's
leg. Paul
close
Dolson.
to the centre. It is more than good enough to take the lead.
Fourth flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
I think Paul's the kind of guy that you want to have in your local league. Seems like such a nice chap.
39.
Very humble. Really grateful to have this opportunity to pit his wits against some of these great players.
Yeah, and he's relishing the challenge.
60.
And some players don't want to go out and get tour cards or travel Europe or the world. They want to just
36.
Play darts.
play darts, yeah.
Yeah, the PDC isn't for everyone.
Some people are very happy in life, but every now and again,
100.
there's that itch that you were talking about. It just needs to be scratched now and again. met plenty of players around the UK and in Australia
95.
who've definitely got the talent to contend in places like this. But other things come first.
Yeah. Priorities, especially when you're a young man with a young family or a young woman with a young family or a quite responsible job that has no flexibility. It's just not possible.
Yeah, I used to play pairs with a guy in Melbourne called Sean Gibbs. Loved
100.
playing with Sean. He was the ideal pairs partner because he was like the Iceman. Nothing would fluster him, and if you're in his team, he is 100% behind you. And he was
43.
ruthless. Mind you, his brother Dean wasn't bad either. Both state players for Victoria.
135.
Very unheralded players, in my opinion, but I could tell you stories about players from all over the place, and I'm sure you could too.
Yeah. The one that always springs to mind, a guy called George Turnbull. And
60.
he
David
was
Jericho, 96.
it just couldn't fluster him. A remarkably good player, but never really got the opportunity.
Game shot on the fourth leg, David Davies.
Or even if he had, probably impossible for him to have taken it.
Fifth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Is it at all fair to say that a lot of what David Davis has done is directly correlated to Mark
92.
Webster?
Yeah, quite possibly.
He could have been inspired by what Mark has done.
And just given pointers in practice and guidance about certain things along the way. And this
97.
is why, listen, we're not. It's not a critique when we look at a player like Paul Dolson and say, well, that's why this is happening. The amount of players that either contact myself or Paul or see us in the venue and go, thanks for that, because I didn't realise I was doing it.
It's entirely plausible that Dolson's looking at TV screens or smart devices and looking at players like Martin Thomas or Richard Rowlands and thinking, I can do that.
Yep.
He's doing it.
He would be a fabulous addition to the seniors, that's for sure. And I'm talking in terms of the TV events.
98.
Ouch.
Only require 107.
That is one unfortunate treble 7. We're not going to get another one. Not just yet, anyway.
134.
Just about to say, is this a fourth?
$50.
I have no idea what's going to happen next in this game. But there's some quality being found right here. That's a 14 darter to take the lead. Edges in front. Can he get across the line to join Burnett on 10 points? If he wins this leg, yet again, Dolson will be on the same points and the same leg difference as the Prince of Wales.
140.
But he will be top on legs 1 by 1 leg.
33.
But that won't happen because it's going to be 4-3.
$180.
Say no more. The lead is monstrous. A great response from David.
77.
What a leg this is.
137.
That's more than enough.
Yep. We see a bit of Motown for 3-3.
81. David, you require
It's not often
44.
you win a leg by 310 points. This could be one of them. Not quite.
14.
Now, double 15 has been left an awful lot by the likes of Michael Smith and Luke Littler over the last few seasons. It's a nice
83.
position for a
David, you
double,
require 30.
but it's an odd number that can give you a bit of a headache. Hence, what Davies has got right now. But that's the
Dave's on the
painkiller,
sixth leg.
and we go the
David
distance
Davies.
indeed. Just like yesterday,
Seventh
a very
and
good
final
game.
leg. It's Paul to throw first. Game on.
It's not that dissimilar, actually.
$41.
A mistake in the opening turn.
And that's what Burnett was not doing in his previous match. He was getting out of the gate.
99.
I think the players in the practice room right now will be just as confused as everybody watching as to what's going to happen next.
77.
When it comes down to the top three, we will show you the live table, but at the minute, everybody's still in it.
134.
Dolson has got to start finding this 60. If he doesn't, he will lose.
97.
That's a good cover, though. But the darts have been lost.
But to consolidate that, needs a treble. Oh,
98.
what a good dart that is.
Did you see that deflection on that flight? That was very kind. Doesn't have to take it.
David, you require 170.
Yeah, but we want him to.
He wants to leave a double.
And he will.
134.
Expertly done.
He's been the better player in the... Well, from the middle of the match onwards.
From 3-2 down.
David, you require 36.
He has been the better player. And he's the one that wins the game with a 13-dart break. At the start of this group, David Davies looked under lots of pressure to perform, but now he's starting to show us what he can do. He wins by 4 legs to 3 against the throw, and now we go to Mould against Brower to see if they can keep pace. This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 180 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. 26 180s in total last night, I think. Get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett, though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later, because last night he had a crack at this.
128. Richie
didn't get dart 8.
41.
He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9-darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180.
Danny require 100.
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match. Danny
It's
Van
incredible.
Dryden. 180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan defeating Ivan Bode at 6-5 as
59.
Heenan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. Won in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heenan.
Conor Heenan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series where, quite frankly, it's all to play for still. And we've still got 7 matches to go this afternoon. A lot of games going the distance. And because of that, some people are not moving in the table, but they are still in with a great chance of qualifying. But if you look at the plight of Adam Mould, you have to say this is a must-win game, because if he loses, he's got too much ground to make up with only 2 rounds to go. So a must-win game to get to 8 points for Mould. If he does, he'll join Gray and Dolson on 8 points, still chasing the top 2 are on 10.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
It is now officially crunch time for Mould.
$140.
And on Monday, when he lost his first couple of games, he walked away with 3 wins from his last 3 matches. He needs to do that again.
57.
He needs to win this one and win it big.
Yeah, that leg difference that he has at -4 is not healthy.
58.
He can get himself to 4th position at the expense of Adrian Gray if he wins by 4 legs to 2 or better.
58.
And he still has Adrian to play, of course.
Yeah, possible 8-leg swing in that game.
171.
Well, speaking of swinging, that's like taking the driver and knocking it 315 yards down the fairway.
140. Adam, you require 132.
We've had a fairly sedate pace about today so far, but this one has got a bit of zip about it.
92.
It's going to be their last meeting of the week. And it is 2-2 as well, so this is the decider in the head-to-head.
Yeah, this is the rubber.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's
Adam
how you
Mould.
start a match. You've seen it all week long. Adam has
Second
always
leg,
played
it's
his best
Johan to
darts
throw
in the
first.
second half of a
Game
campaign.
on. $108.
I think that's the best maximum he's thrown all week long.
Certainly the most controlled.
42.
It brought a smile to his face as well, and then it changed. The man of many emotions.
77.
Can you imagine doing shutter mode for Johan in one of those booths where you get 4 or 5 pictures?
Yeah.
125.
Trying to think of that old comedian who used to make all the facial expressions. It reminds me of him.
Les Dawson.
No, not quite
68.
Les. It's about 10 stone in that, mate.
You're not thinking of Lee Evans, are you?
58.
No, it's in that Jasper Carrot type of era.
There's probably a few people from around the world thinking, who? Jasper Carrot.
100.
Actually was his name.
Yes. From West Midlands, wasn't he? Was he a Brommy?
He was from the West Midlands.
140. Johan, you require 76.
Double top.
36.
Darts and Jasper
Adam, you
Carrot.
require
Get it all here.
136.
But you can't get 133 with 2 darts.
$82. Johan, you require 40.
Can't miss again. Mould will not miss that 54. Shaking his head before he's even thrown it, but it goes
On
in.
the third leg, Johan Brouwer.
Not sure how much he knew about that one. Certainly
Third leg, it's Adam
wasn't
to throw
where he was
first.
aiming.
Game on.
Brouwer's finishing today has been okay, but the encouraging thing is that he has had quite a lot of darts at double.
125.
Before this started, he had 24. And if you compare that to what happened yesterday,
95.
he only got 28 all day.
Yeah, well, that's got to coincide with the upturn in his scoring, which has been
140.
massively improved today.
Yeah, averaging around 86 for the day. More consistent.
Yeah, it was 79 yesterday.
And it just proves what kind of level will remain competitive, no matter who you're up against. However, the one thing we know about Group B tonight is that 86 will get crushed.
100.
You average 86 over your 4 games tonight, you will lose 4 times.
Yeah, about as much use as a chocolate teapot.
$96. Adam, you require 136.
Smash into that one.
96.
But he'd take the leave of tops after 12. And he's doing what Burnett did earlier. Playing his best darts when he throws first.
100.
It
Adam,
looks
you
at this early
require
stage
40.
that if Brouwer wants to break, he's going to need a 12.
$20.
But he can break in
Johan,
15.
you require 150.
He can't better his highest checkout of the week.
$98. Adam, you
He did
require
keep us guessing,
20.
though.
Game shot
Mould
third
in front
leg,
again.
Adam Mould. Fourth flag, it's Johan to throw first. Game on. $140. $85.
Question in leg 4 is, can Adam mount an assault on the Brouwer throw? That leg difference has got to be bridged at some point.
60.
His remaining games are Dolson and Gray. 2 players that are above him. I know we talk sometimes, and they do in other sports as well, when it comes to league tables. Is it better off that you're playing someone who is less fortunate than you, or would you rather play someone
6
that you can both beat and affect at the same time? I think I'd rather the latter.
Yeah, I agree.
$140.
Double jeopardy, isn't it?
That's a very famous movie with Ashley Judd and Tommy Lee Jones, isn't it?
100.
And
Adam,
Christian.
you require 151.
This might just be the leg that sees Adam stretch his legs.
119.
And that's the kind of behaviour
Johan, you
that
require
we'll see him do it. He's on a double
141.
after 12 again.
Shots on. 48. 36.
105.
Oh, we feel
Adam,
your
you
pain,
require
Johan.
32.
Great try. No sympathy from Mould,
Game
who
shot
takes
on
the
the
13
fourth
darter
flag,
and
Adam
runs.
And now does have the opportunity of winning big. Leads 3-1. Has
Fifth
the darts
flag,
for
it's Adam to
4-1.
throw first. Game on.
Proper darts here from Adam. He's missed 5 darts at double in this match, and he's still averaging 99.
60.
Yeah, lots of 140s.
30.
I just can't envisage Mould letting this one slip. When Johan has won games this week,
58.
he has been in a very commanding position after 4 legs.
54.
But that is much better.
$136.
Earlier in the week, Adam finished a game with a 9 darter. The day before, he finished with a 161.
Adam, you require 170.
Can he finish this one?
Well, we'd have had to change his name from Mouldy
83.
to the finisher.
I think I'd start calling him the guillotine. Or the executioner or something like that. That's what Bernard Hopkins was called, wasn't it?
He was.
60. Adam, you require 87.
No sympathy. No prisoners. Just get it done.
62.
It's not quite done yet.
Johan, you require 153.
Another chance at a big out slips by. And you can tell because when he missed that treble, he doesn't want to stop playing matches. That's
Adam,
what this
you
is all
require
about for
25.
Johan. But this one might be over. And it is huge win for Adam Mould. He's going to jump up the table. He's going to go to 4th, and he might be just about to start his final charge towards the top 2. He's very much back in the fold, is Mould. I'm not a poet, and I know it. And Mould has won that by 4 legs to 1 to end round 3. I would like to say that after 9 games of Group C action today, that we're going to give you a great deal of insight into how people are faring when it comes to moving through to Saturday. But we haven't got anybody through yet, because these show you a bit of a hodgepodge of what could have been possible today. And still, because of the table that we have 2 players at the top on 10 points, but with 3 in pursuit on 8. Johan Brouwer is now out of week 10 officially now, so he has 2 games to go before he will return to the Netherlands. But Dolson, Mould and Gray on 8, trying to catch Richie Burnett and David Davis, who is the undefeated player today on 3 wins from 3.
And Richie will cement qualification with a win here, won't he?
Look at that face from Burnett. I think he understands what's ahead of him. He's got Dolson here. He's got Davies in game 14. That looks inviting. But he's up against the other Welsh players in the group to seal his Saturday spot, to keep his perfect record alive of making finals days here.
And Richie beat Paul yesterday, 4-2.
First leg,
good
it's Paul to
performance.
throw first.
40% on doubles, couple of maxes.
Game on.
92.5 in terms of average. Well, Nico, I suppose in the early stages of this one, I suppose we could go through
140.
what happened on this darting day, one of my favourite features.
Well, let's start with the 15th of November, 9 years ago, when Michael van
47.
Gerwen won the Grand Slam of darts for the very first time.
And in your opinion, the best slam ever?
I'd go so far to say it's irrefutable. It is the best one because of everything that happened in it.
58.
Silly standards. And it was right in the middle of that period where Van Gerwen was taking over and Taylor was still around.
100
And other players had their moments too. Remember who was in that tournament? Andy Fordham.
78.
Oh, yes, he was, yeah.
So was Martin Adams. He lost to Kim Huybrechts, and then Huybrechts would lose to Van Gerwen in the quarters when MVG averaged 111.
140.
That tournament had everything. And a 9-darter from Dave Chisnell against Peter Wright.
58.
Yeah, it was
Richie
a real
require 134.
changing of the guard period. Although Taylor did go on to thump MVG a few times over the next couple of years, and the memorable one was the match play, of course, that Taylor won in his final year and, well, almost went through the card, didn't he?
107. Paulie require 167.
Why are we getting so many odd numbers left this week? We've seen 23 checked out. We saw 29 left. Now it's 27.
131. Richie require 27.
Should be 11. Or 7 double 10.
Well, he was having a chat with this. At the end of his
7.
previous game, he'll be having another one.
Paulie require 36.
Somebody get the wrench.
Game shot.
Look at
on
the
first
sympathy from
leg.
Dolson.
Paul
He doesn't
Dolson.
care. Needs a few
Second
hip
leg,
swirls.
it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Something doesn't feel right. And this is not the right time for things to be out of place.
78.
I think the most remarkable thing about 2015 and 2016 for me is that Anderson was a 2-time world champion in that period and didn't get to world number 1.
Yeah, there's not many that
96.
haven't been number 1 after winning the Worlds. Never mind winning it back to back. Although Lewis wasn't, was he?
Lewis never made world number 1.
60.
That's bizarre.
Richie was a world number 1 in the BDO. But I'm sure that's something that, if you
44.
grasp it, you can say for the rest of your life, I was the number 1 in the world at what I did.
Yeah, well, that period where I had my semi-final in the Masters, and because the ranking system sort of ran perfectly for me. Semi-final of the Masters, a month later, semi-final in the Worlds, and with all my other points, I got to 3.
That's a great number. Darryl Gurney, his
6.
best is number 3. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, that's right, he did.
That was tough to make number 9.
2-time major winner, yeah. 11 is the best I got in PDC. And that was on the...
137.
When they changed the rankings, and then I went down to 18 and up to 16, and Taylor was 1, so we all know what happened there. Every weekend, Taylor. So,
81.
drop me out.
Richie require 126.
I actually did. I missed a couple of events, went back down a couple of spots, then came back and managed to get to 15.
Do I even need to ask who was number 2?
86.
It looks like the pain has subsided for Burnett for now, but he's walking very cautiously.
Well, it might help him in a little bit, because I've played with a bad back and a bad neck.
60.
And it just
Richie
means you
require
keep
40.
perfectly still.
Game shot on his second leg. Richie
The
Burnett.
score counter hasn't stayed still. It's just checked over by 1.
Third leg. It's Paul to throw first.
By winning
Game
this
on.
game, Burnett gets to 12.
It's 1 foot in the finals, isn't it?
1 foot. 1 flying back foot, very close.
100.
Also, the 15th of November celebrates the birthday of the great Swede, Magnus Carus.
Yeah, happy birthday, Magnus.
What a lovely man.
42.
Yeah, nice geezer. Fine player, too.
For a very long time.
$140.
That's an imposing 140 there from Paul. He's shown some steel over the last couple of days.
Yeah, he's certainly a player I'd like to see again.
140.
You know there's going to be a full moon tonight.
Oh dear. I'll double lock my door. Make sure I can't get out.
43.
We'll be walking home in it.
Who is the Modus Super Series werewolf? Because Niall Cullerton isn't here.
100.
Just 24 hours out. Well, less than 24 hours. More like
52.
20 hours out from the ADC Championship Tour finals tomorrow afternoon. Those guys will be making their way here.
And it will be live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Another reason to subscribe.
45.
Let's get those. There's 1,200 people watching, and not many of them are subscribed. Strange that.
58.
Give us a like as well. We've only got 5 likes. What's going on, people?
What's not to like? Richie Burnett's playing.
And it's free.
134. Paulie require 108.
This is a must take. Stay on that line.
44. Richie require 40.
Starting to be a few more darts going left for Dolson.
Game shot on the third
That
leg.
was nothing
Richie
but
Burnett.
middle.
Middle of the bat.
Fourth leg. It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Did you ever play cricket, Mace?
Yes, yeah, lots.
That feeling of hitting a leather ball with the middle of the willow.
No. Not real cricket. No,
59.
I thought you meant darts cricket.
Darting cricket. What about willow and leather cricket?
Nah, that wasn't for me, that.
That feeling of hitting the ball in the middle of the bat is a wonderful thing.
Well,
58.
Although my playing of golf's limited, I do get that feeling and that sound and that whole compression of the ball when you hit it absolutely in the sweet spot.
It's a bit like hitting double top in the middle like that.
Yeah.
140.
It falls out of your hand, that dart, and it just sails into the middle. And
Well, you know it's going in, don't you?
Yeah. It's a bit like hitting a really central bullseye. You almost feel like it's a shame you can't put another one in there.
100.
But you only need one most of the time.
$85.
Paul can't leave a finish from 3-4-3. He needs to take a fairly big bite out of this one, though. And he's starting to lose touch.
78.
Has to move.
97.
Sensible and very, very good.
$83. Richie requires
So much between them
120.
when it comes to the averages and the double attempts. Richie is about to get his 5th dart at a double. And it gives
Gates
him
on the 4th
another
leg,
120
Richie Burnett.
checkout. And his 3rd leg of this contest. Just how many 120s are we going to get this
5th
week?
leg. It's
Well,
Paul
I'm
to
pretty
throw
sure that was
first.
the 9th, so we're going to
Game
get
on.
double figures.
Does that mean we're going to get 3 double tops from Reece Robinson later? I'm not even sure he's got the luxury of doing that.
Not in that group.
81.
He was exquisite last night in his last 3 games. But even with 6 points, he's not even safe. That's how good that group is tonight.
99.
If we see another series champion from week 10, it would not be surprising, but try and pick who that
81.
could be. We'll get onto that tomorrow, but if you were to pick someone right now to win this week, you're a lot braver than we are.
140.
Well, he's not even in the finals yet, but the way Nico played in spells last night, if he gets it right, I mean, he should qualify tonight. It would be a shock if he didn't.
60.
He's not going to falter.
No.
He'll get there.
And as we know, finals night, short course, it's not knockout darts, but if you lose that opening game in the initial round robin matches, then
140.
it's so hard.
$41.
This could be a
Richie
troublesome
require
loss here for Dolson.
122.
1 down, 121 to go. He's 50% there. He has been going treble 11 on this shot.
Not a fan.
$72.
But if he takes 50 out and he gets 3 more legs on that leg difference, I'm not sure Richie's going to be
60.
caught.
Richie
Same.
require 50.
Unless he loses to Davies, of course. That is game 14. That is the
Shot and
end
the
of
match,
game 10.
Richie Burnett.
Burnett wins again and is on 12 points. We said that 12 might be safe. It's looking pretty good at this stage because he's at the top on his own on points, and Dolson might have left himself with too much to do, because when we come back after the break, After that 98 average from Burnett and a 4-1 victory, it's now over to Mould and Gray, and only one of them can get to 10 points in round 4.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. Angry Ginge! He's on the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around. He gives
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180. Unfortunately, he did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Cox for a breaker throw. With a full 20. Stops the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
We are 10 matches into our 15-game schedule for Friday afternoon. And we now know that Richie Burnett is very, very, very close to making it to Saturday night with a game to spare. But he has saved his final game for the person who might be the undefeated player on Friday. David Davis has got Johan Brouwer next. And if he wins that game, the person who loses this game is out. That's the way it is. So this is a must-win game for either player to stay in with a chance. Gray's got Brouwer in the last game of the schedule.
First. Game on.
Mould will play Dolson in game 13, but by the time we get there, a lot of the work will have been done potentially.
108.
And I don't think a 4-3 win will do either of them a great deal of good.
100.
They can both get to 12 points, but with Richie on +9, and then, well, Mould on -1 and -2. Yeah, they'd have to win massive, wouldn't they? And Richie Burnett would have to lose big to
120.
David Davis.
And just to embellish your point just a little bit, these players cannot affect
57.
what the top two have got.
No.
Because they don't play them. They already have. So the potential leg swing is dependent on their result and somebody else doing the other leg work.
Correct.
100. Adam, you require 120.
For 120, number 10.
44. Adrian, you require 134.
If we see Adrian Gray go from 5th position to 2nd over the next few games, it will be brilliant.
102.
But he misses out on the
Adam,
134.
you require 76.
Double top for Adam.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he
Adam
will
Moore.
Adam and Eve it.
That was classic.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
It just has the feeling that these two have left themselves with a bit too much to do.
119.
Let's face it, if Davies wins his last 2 games, he goes to 14 points. And Burnett's already on 12. These two can only get to 12. And that leg difference is glaring even more.
I mean, for Adam, he
93.
lost to Richie. Then he lost 4-3. Adrian will probably look back on the
100.
defeat to David 4-3 and think that was the one.
Johan's parting shot this week could come in the next match. If he was to get the win against David Davis, this group would wake up again.
85.
We'll get to that in due course.
$140.
These are two very savvy players, and they play round-robin darts quite a lot. So they will know that this is a must-win game. Whoever loses will
60.
go out.
Adam, you require 64.
Well, it's a shootout to get in.
Game shot on
Some
his second leg. Adam Moore.
sort of shootout.
Third leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Adrian looked almost shocked there to go 2-0 down. The best case scenario in this match is gone.
135.
Now it's got to be plan B, win it and hope.
100.
There are certain scenarios
100.
that will see Richie Burnett into Saturday night in this fixture.
$57.
If Adrian wins the next 4 legs, or 4 of the next 5, for a 4-2 or 4-3 scoreline,
34.
Richie Burnett will be through. But if Adam Mould wins 4-3, Richie's also through.
100.
Not that it's
Adrian, you require
complicated.
132.
Beautiful.
92.
Well, just gets the single 17. Could have found himself on a tricky looking 23 there.
100. Adrian, you require 40.
Has to go to the right hand side of that.
30. Adam, you
Adam
require
Moore
144.
got a bit of form for this 1-4-4.
Not this time.
44. Adrian, you require 10.
We've spoken about double 5 quite a lot over the last couple of days. It can be perilous.
Game shot on the third
But not when you
leg.
hit it first
Adrian
dart.
Gray. Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Earlier on in the week, we were speculating that some of the players might be playing for their season today.
100.
Once the chance of Saturday is gone, it means that Champions Week is no longer a possibility. And then
58.
what's next? Possibly Q School.
Well, Adam is in the global, isn't he?
100.
Might just be local stuff for Adrian going forward if he doesn't get through this group.
6.
But there's a lot going on in Portsmouth over the next few weeks. Week 11, week 12 of qualifying for Champions Week, then the Champions Week, and then the Global
60.
Championship.
Yeah, so it's 5 big weeks.
And when you subscribe to the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, that's a lot of content for free.
140.
Never mind all the other stuff we do for you. By the way, you might want to just refresh your page now and again, because we have done something quite humorous this week. That will be released in due course.
And there will be a very interesting interview,
96.
which
Adrian,
you will
require
not
101.
want to miss.
Wow.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
I think he
Adrian
threw
Gray.
one good dart in that combination. He just got the single, and he just got the
It's
double.
Adrian to throw first.
But he's just
Game
about hung on, and it's now 2-2.
This is perfect for Burnett.
60.
It genuinely is.
Yeah, if you subscribe, you will get an alert when
85.
a certain interview drops. It's going to be recorded tomorrow.
$59.
What we can say is that if Adrian Gray
99.
wins this next leg, Richie Burnett has qualified for Saturday night. And as much as I would love to sit here and say, come down and watch him, this Saturday's been
45.
sold out for a while. We do warn you, you have to get your tickets early these days.
100.
Is it still 3 drinks for a tenner?
Something like that. I'm too busy working.
Yeah, I know. So with your £2 booking fee for your ticket, a night out for 12 quid. If you can find me some
43.
live sport and 3 drinks for a tenner and a night out for 14 quid, let me know where it is. I'm in.
100.
Go somewhere like Wembley, it costs you 40 quid to park.
Well, I was amazed on my recent trip to Dortmund for the European Championships that tickets to go and watch Dortmund cost around about
85.
£20.
Adam, you require 117.
It's one of the best football stadiums in Europe as well.
Yes, myself and Wazza had a walk round it inadvertently, but there you go.
93.
Adrian might not be winning this leg.
100.
He might be
Adam, you
losing the war
require
as well,
24.
the conqueror.
Game shot on the fifth
Mould
leg.
takes
Adam
the
Mould.
lead with a break to keep his slim chances alive.
Sixth leg. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
He plays this game and is next in 2 matches' time.
180.
What is it about Mould finishing a campaign off or a game?
100.
He's a brilliant closer.
Yeah, well, that's another nickname. He doesn't have finish line itis, that's for sure.
44.
Andy Smith used to be like that. If you were going to get him, you had to get him early.
60.
No, his best pal Terry Jenkins was some player. Wow.
I think one of the most underrated players of his generation.
Certainly undervalued, is it? Again, it's that middle era, isn't it?
He was in that 2015 Grand Slam as well.
Adam, you require 140.
Ronnie Baxter, another player. Unreal he was.
Just like that dart from Mould.
100.
An unreal 60. And he is within one dart of putting Adrian out of a Group C situation
140.
for the first time
Adam, you require
ever.
40.
Double 5.
30.
Adrian isn't out yet.
Adrian, you require 104.
But if Gray hits 104, we'll go the distance and Richie Burnett will be through. Double 16.
72. Adam, you require
I think
10.
he believes that was his last chance. And he was
Shot
right.
And the match, Adam Mould.
Adrian Gray has been conquered on this occasion, and he's not going to make Saturday this time, but Adam Mould still could. He's going to have to beat Dolson in game 13 and possibly by a very large margin just to stand a chance. That's what we've just seen. A 4-2 win for Mould, and Richie Burnett is not quite there yet, but he probably will be soon. But when we come back, Davies against Brower, it's all about Davies. If he's undefeated after 4 rounds, he's very close to Saturday.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg on 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Haven't seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely
shot leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
This game that we've got for you right now is all about the Welshman, David Davis. He's had a perfect day so far. 6 points from 3 games completed. If he gets to 8 points from 4, he will be super close to getting through to Saturday night. Considering that Mould has got Dolson in the next match, which will start the final round, he can't affect what happens to Davies. However, there is a game in game 14 that is really interesting because that's between Burnett and Davies, and it might be all about leg difference when we get there. First things first.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Davies wins. He gets the lead over Mould. He goes to 12. He just wants to keep this charge to Saturday going. And that confirms that he is a hot favourite to win this one. A very different player today is Dye. I believe that's his
100.
nickname with his friends, like Adam Paxton, who's been in touch. Hi, Adam.
Well, the maximum
90
that Mould can get to is 12 points and +5.
134.
If David Davis wins this and wins it big, it all becomes almost irrelevant.
99.
Well, David Davis is in a situation where he doesn't have to worry about winning. He's just not losing 4-0 or 4-1, I think.
That's right. That game against Burnett, it could be all about just getting a certain amount of legs. And
David, you
making sure that
require
it's
132.
he's got a better leg difference than that of Mould. How good is that bullseye? It's as good as that one.
100.
Well,
Johan, you
the
require
ball,
127.
the first ball was perfect for that shot, wasn't it? High and out the way. Oh, hello. Ball.
79.
How often do you see a leg that has three
David,
bulls
you
in it?
require
3
32.
consecutive balls.
2 8s.
$16.
Oh no.
Johan, you require 48.
Did say Johan could be a spoiler, Nico.
Yeah, here he comes.
28.
He's not spoiling with darts
David,
like that
you
one.
require 16.
David got the better of Johan. 4-2 yesterday.
No score.
Everything has gone wrong since those
Johan,
two
you
bulls.
require 20.
He's raging right now. He's got every right to feel that way. And he
Gates
is
on
one
the first
behind.
leg, Johan Brouwer.
And the horrible
Second leg
last
is
start.
Johan to throw first. Game on.
Today has been very similar to yesterday.
60.
We are playing game 12 here, and we still haven't had a 4-0. We waited until game 14 yesterday, and that's when Davis beat Gray. And that was a bit of a surprise. I think this has been one of the most evenly contested Group Cs I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's been tight from the off.
$100.
4 points separating the top 5.
And 6 points separating everyone.
59.
If Brouwer wins this game, and he wins his game after that against Gray, he'll finish on 8 points at the bottom.
123.
But it has been 3 visits to this place in 2024 for Johan.
100.
He hasn't made a Saturday yet. But when it comes to New Year's Eve, I'm sure his New Year's resolution will be, I want to go back there and I want to get that Saturday under my belt.
134.
If Brouwer beats Davies 4-0, Richie Burnett will qualify.
140. David,
no
you
other
require
scoreline
84.
in this game would have put Burnett through.
Game shot on the
Well, that's going to
second
heal him
leg.
after the
David
first leg,
Davies.
isn't it? And Brower is not going to beat Davies 4-0. So Richie has to wait
Third
a little bit
leg,
longer.
It's David to throw first. Game on.
That face that Johan has at the back of the stage.
134.
I'm just starting to get the feeling that he knows that his experience here this week is about to end. And he looks almost sad about it because I think he really enjoys playing up there.
85.
Yeah, there's definitely that element to him. He's the kind of guy that if you said to him, right, someone's pulled out of Group B, do you want to play in it tonight? He'd be the first one to put his hand up.
100.
Very true. And now that we've heard from him this morning about Irk,
108.
I get the feeling I might have to pay Irk a visit to see what that darts club's like.
Let me know, Nico. I'm always up for a little trip.
$140.
Well, that is the number that Brower left in leg 1. Hoping to get the first leg on the ball. He didn't.
100. David, you require 127.
Got to give David credit. After missing a bucket full of darts in leg 1 to take the lead, he's been very good since. Perfect.
Game shot on the third leg. David Davies.
Third bull of the game for Dye.
Fourth leg. It's Johan to throw first. Game on.
That reminds me of one of Mark Webster's favourite jokes. It's actually one of Hendo's as well. Mark tells it better. He tells every joke better.
95.
So the guy's going up the steps towards the pearly gates. And he's from the West Midlands. Sees the clouds.
74.
He starts to come good. There's someone over him. He doesn't realise that he's actually in a
43.
hospital and not at the pearly gates anymore. But he's confused as to where he is. And he says out loud, Did I come here to die?
58.
And the person over him says, no, you came here yesterday.
$60.
That's good, that.
Yeah, Webby tells them better. Especially the infamous Beatles joke.
140.
How good was that 127 on the bull? Have we had a 127 this week? Yes, of course we have. So that's the second one of those.
40.
Honestly, we should start a ton plus finishing bingo card.
99.
We could have had a couple of games this week. Done 4 corners and a full house. And a couple of lines.
This can also be finished on the ball.
99. David, you require 130.
And usually is.
How many bulls can you hit in one match? He's not going to get another to finish the leg.
58.
He could have used one to
Johan,
lead
you
tops.
require 164.
The way he's been hitting the ball, I'm surprised he didn't. Although, will he hit the ball? Well, had to hit the treble 18. Stay there.
93. David, you require 72.
That one was questionable.
Well, we are going to see another bull attempt, Nico, unless he hits the treble 13.
He He's hit it again!
On the fourth leg, David Davies.
My word! A fourth bullseye of the match for
Fifth
Di
leg,
Davies.
it's David to throw first.
Extraordinary on the red button.
Game on.
That was almost a nod of fair play.
Interactive darts from Davies. He's got to finish the match on the ball now.
56.
I once saw Dimitri Vandenberg hit 4 bulls in a leg. That was something else.
Was that exhibition or?
That was a competitive match. He had 2 bulls to set up and then 2 bulls to finish.
45.
It was extraordinary.
I won Summit to leave 132.
I think it was 120. He had small 20 and 2 bulls to finish.
Oh, wow.
But he had 2 bulls to leave the 120.
58.
But miraculously, Davies could hit 5 bulls in this match.
60.
I just get the feeling now that Johan is losing ammunition.
$56.
Talking of Dimitri, that's a bit of Dimitri, that, isn't it?
Not sure what that was. Has he taken off his mask?
85.
Face off, maybe, or maybe you can't see me.
Trust me, you don't want to do that. I did that once on the Blackpool stage, and the audience didn't like it.
Did they get it?
6.
Or?
Of course not.
No.
You never want to go 5-0 up on the stage in Blackpool.
No, I did it against Lowy and lost 13-11.
I did it twice against Chisnell and Newton. Lost both games. Never want to go 5-0 up again in my life.
125.
Okay, so how can you finish 146 on the bull?
Two treble 16s.
41. David, you require 146.
See, that would be cool.
That would be seriously creative.
40.
Well, now it's going to have to
Johan,
be
you
bull
require
6 bull.
170.
For 6 bullseyes in the game.
$41. David, you require
Could do a Reese
106.
Robinson here. Bull 6 bull. He won't, but
He definitely won't. He wants treble 18.
$39.
see if it looked awkward there. Treble 12 was the shot,
Johan,
wasn't
you
it?
require 129.
People tend to forget about treble 12. It's such a handy treble to use. Lots
It's
of
never
different
going to be
numbers.
covered. It's always an open target.
It's not bullseye this time for Johan.
Well, could be.
57.
So maybe this is going to be single
David,
2,
requires
15 bull.
Bounce out 17 bull. Oh, it's on.
Here we go. Oh, he has left double 11.
45.
See, if it hit the single, you would have won that game, Di.
Johan, you require 72.
Double top.
52.
Oh, it's so close.
David, you require 22.
But this could be putting David Davis so close to Saturday. Oh boy,
11.
that second dart was so close to going in. But that's 4 darts missed for the match.
Johan, you require 20.
That pesky treble 14.
10.
And now he's got a pesky 11 left.
Require 11.
Yeah, the horror of it. It's a single 3.
In the background, Johan has almost submitted.
Game shot.
And the game is done.
David
He knows how close he is now. That was a must-win game for Dye. He gets the 12 points with Richie Burnett, and Adam Mould has got a lot to do. He must win his next game, and he's going to have to win it by a margin by the sounds of it. Davis wins by 4 legs to 1, and now it's the final round coming your way.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back. And things have been very interesting from the very beginning today. This is how it stands. Richie Burnett top on 12 points. David Davis with him on 12 points. Mould can get to 12 points, but he's going to need to win this last game against Paul Dolson. And he's going to need to win it by a margin, because David Davis, he really has got that game with Richie Burnett on his radar. It comes after this. And look at that from Mould. He's very fidgety because he knows it all comes down to this.
Well, he has to win 4-0. And then it will be... Well, then the final match has to be 4-0.
It's got to be a Richie Burnett win.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
No, actually, wouldn't need to be... No, it would be any win, wouldn't it? Because he would go down to... David Davis would go down to 4 if it was 4-3, for example.
140.
Yeah, these leg swings, they can play with your mind, but what we can tell you is that when you're coming into this last game, it's so much easier to think, I just have to win.
32.
But Adam doesn't have that simplicity because he hasn't got a clue what's happening next. But you can keep it simple. Just play the game, try to win every leg like you always do.
And this was a tight one yesterday, wasn't it? It was 4-3 in favour of Adam.
60.
But my 9-1 selection, not looking too bad from yesterday, and David Davis. Not that I want to bring it up or anything, Nico.
131.
I'm going to let you sound smug because you were right. Just to confirm, Robbie, what is the scoreline that we're looking at here?
140. Adam, you require 150.
So far, so good for Adam, then.
Yeah, so
64.
you've had it confirmed, haven't you, Nico?
Yeah, Dolson gets 2 legs from this game. There is nothing that Mould can do. And it will be the 2 Welsh players at the top that will qualify.
137. Adam, you require 86.
So do yourself a favour, Adam. Keep putting Dolson on the back foot.
79.
Actually, Nico, it's
Paulie
just been
require
confirmed.
132.
So it is a 4-3, and it's got to be 4-2 or better.
77.
Great last start.
Adam, you require 7.
Double 2.
Three.
Oh no. This
Paulie
leg should be
require
over.
55.
Well, the fact that he's flapping about tells me he's aware of his current situation.
Game shot on the first
And that
leg
doesn't
for
help.
Dolson.
Well, Dolson just has a free hit here. But
Second leg, it's Paul to throw first.
he's playing
Game on.
for money, because if he does beat Mould, he goes above him and he gets the extra money for coming in third position.
Absolutely. And when you consider the fact
140.
that Dolson in the last few days has won the Clued Open, playing for money is something we know he's pretty good at.
57.
Essentially, this is a final of sorts for him. Just to stuff his back pocket a bit more.
Yep. Give him a bit more money to reinvest in himself.
22.
They were tired-looking darts.
140.
Yeah, this is game 10 for Paul. This is game 25 for Adam this week. Group A and Group C together, it is bruising, from what I'm told.
85.
It is.
And you played it when it was 9:30 start on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, it was absolutely exhausting.
100.
By the Friday afternoon, I'm just looking for one game, just one win. I mean, I was through, but not through. And I think I lost the
81.
opening 2 games, and I was absolutely out on my feet. And then had a bit of a corker, and it was job done.
85.
And then I had all of the Friday off, all of the Saturday off, and then Saturday night came back and felt fresh.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well for you, didn't it?
99.
Worked out all right
Adam,
in
you
the end.
require 119.
Had the option to do Group B in Champions Week, and then worked on comms Monday, Tuesday,
Game shot on
Wednesday,
the
and another
second
ball
leg,
finishes.
Adam Mould.
Found the target.
Boy, did he need that.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
I think he really, really does need to win the rest of these legs just to stand a chance.
140.
Doesn't have a lot of wiggle room.
$100.
You really did have an eventful week 12, didn't you? You had a 9-dart shootout.
Yeah.
Which you came through with
55.
Richie House and Antonio Shea. You won the week.
Yep.
You played 25 games leading up to Saturday, and you made Champions Night. That was a bit of a roller coaster 2 weeks, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a Champions Week. I wasn't...
43.
Actually, I was pretty confident about because in spells during the week that I won, I played some decent stuff, and I had that match practice. So when I had the option, do I want to play in Group S? No, stick me in Group B. I'll do comms for 3 days and chill out. And I was just having as soon as the session was finished, I was having an hour and a half on stage, and worked out all right.
108.
Now that's bad news for Adam.
And all Millie on finals night, edged out 4-3 in both games. But
108.
How did he squeeze that third dart in there? Darting engineering at its finest right there.
100.
All of a sudden, this game has
47.
ignited. Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg. Adam Moll.
And that was wonderful.
Fourth leg. It's
14
Paul to throw
darter
first.
to get the lead back
Game on.
after losing the first leg. A leg he could have won.
yeah, and 119 finish means his average is 95 and a half.
100.
Going along very nicely here. Under extreme pressure, of course.
97.
If he doesn't go through to Saturday night, what does he take from the patterns of play from the last 5 days?
Well, I wouldn't even...
57.
Listen, he's been playing a long time and plays a lot more competitive darts than me, but I'm not sure...
45.
I'm not sure what you do to his game. It's... This is a guy that has hit a 9 darter this
93.
week, and countless big finishes under the cosh and good averages. I just think it's a case if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Gets a bit of rub of the green here and there. He could well be the person at the top of the table rather than the person battling to try and be in the mix.
One thing we can confirm now is that we have 2 people into Saturday. Tommy Morris has been through for a couple of days, but
25.
Richie Burnett is now
Only require
confirmed.
152. $40.
Well, that is a great visit for Adam because he can get back into this leg. But they looked very tired from Dolson. Bull is a play here.
100.
Why wouldn't you want to try and leave 129 as opposed to 134?
Yeah, because the 134 is complexed.
If he has 129,
61.
he has single 19, 60 bull. This needs 2 trebles.
Or 2 doubles.
And that's what he was thinking.
56. Paulie require 51.
Well, that's different.
Well, we have seen some different way outs. I think he was walking.
Game
He
shot on
can
the
now.
fourth flag. Paul Dolson. Fifth flag. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Dolson wins 1 more leg in this contest.
67.
And the next person into Saturday night will be Di Davies. Look at Adam in the background. He knows everything that's happening here.
100.
Essentially, Dolson is actually playing for Davies right now. He's into bat.
For his fellow Welshman.
$57.
And there's another one.
180.
That's his second of the match.
Needs to answer.
He did last time he hit a max, didn't he?
140.
I don't think that's enough. Here he goes. This is a purple patch.
131.
That is sensational.
311 in 6.
So if Dolson hits that,
140.
That is that.
Davies and Burnett are
90.
through. And the next game will be a shootout to see who wins the group. Bull.
65. Adam, you require
Still
97.
clinging on. Is the man from Aylesbury. Still clinging on. Not done
Game
yet.
shot on a fifth leg, Adam Mould.
That was incredible
Sixth
under the
leg, it's Paul to
circumstances.
throw first. Game on.
He must win this leg, Adam. And then he'll need Richie Burnett to win 4-0.
100.
It's a lot to ask. But stranger things have happened. Or have they?
100.
Oh, we had that situation the other day with Cameron Menzies at the Grand Slam with Martin Schindler.
Yeah, that was... And now he finds himself in the quarters.
We had the perfect storm.
180.
Third max of the match for Dolson, and I had the audacity to say he's not a big maximum hitter yesterday.
60.
Yeah, you can only go on the evidence we're given.
He might get another one.
$97.
Needs the lot. Oh,
120.
maybe his fortune has
Only
run
require
out.
124.
But there was a possibility there of maybe the switch was the play to the 17s.
Oh, that dart was just rejected,
92.
wasn't it? No room at the inn.
That treble 20 bed will only accept so much tungsten.
60. Paulie require 32.
This from the Welshman is to put
Game
two
shot on a
Welshmen
stick leg, Paul
into
Dolson.
Saturday night, and he's not one of them. It's going to be Burnett and Davies
Seventh and
who make
final
it to
leg.
Saturday
It's
through
Adam to
Group
throw
C.
first.
Tell you
Game
what,
on.
give Dolson another crack at this, and he'll make a Saturday night, in my opinion.
96.
One leg shootout to see who finishes third.
$23.
There's only one leg separating them right now.
140.
I suppose what this tells us is that Mould and Dolson are 50-50 right now. In every way. Both games they've played, 4 legs to 3.
27.
And you meet people like that on your travels.
49.
You constantly play them and it's always tight.
Yeah, evenly matched, but the start to this leg has been horrific for Paul Dolson.
125.
Scored just 50 in 6 starts before finding a 2 treble turn.
98.
Just 3 more darts needed to complete Adam's week.
140. Adam, you
But he
require
does have the luxury of 2
180.
visits to finish with a win.
98.
Would have been apt, wouldn't it? The way this week has gone and ton plus finishes.
It's already been a landmark week for Adam Mould with a 9-darter. He's not going to make it to Saturday, but he would like to finish with a W.
20.
And that's what he does.
And the match, Adam Mould.
A great fight. And Adam's going to finish 3rd in the table. Dolson will have to settle for 8 points. It looks pretty safe for him in 4th. But you can see how Mould he is right now. He's disconsolate, but he will be philosophical at the fact he gave it everything he had. And on this occasion, he's just a bit short. We're about to have a shootout for the top spot in the group. It's going to be all Welsh. It's Burnett and Davies for the last time in Group C.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not him.
He thinks it's him.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Level 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's one of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And we have 3 names into Saturday night. So half the combatants for the Week 10 finals are assured now. Richie Burnett is one of them. Di Davies is the other from this group. And Tommy Morris is already safe. A bit of limbering up for Richie. Yep. Squat. And cactus. And breathe. But now we have to find out who wins the group. Burnett was the favourite at the start. Di Davies wasn't. But now he has a chance to win this group. And they will be split up when it comes to Saturday night. They will not be in the same group.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first.
He
Game
was
on.
the 9-1 outsider. Well, outside of Johan, of course. But he was too big, and
100.
well, if you went each way on it, you're all right already.
That means that the Saturday qualifying
100
campaigns for Burnett, it now stands at 2 from 2 in Portsmouth. As for David Davis, 5 from 9. Very respectable.
100.
Tonight is a bit of a pick-em. You cannot miss it from 10 o'clock tonight. The standard last night was so impressive.
Well, Richie won this tie. It was match number 2 yesterday afternoon, and David took a while to
139.
get going, and that is a really bad mistake from Richie.
When he sees it, oh, he's just turned away. What have you done?
$32.
You know, when you type into a social media post and you said to yourself, when you leave 162, and then it's just a gif of Richie Burnett turning away in disgust.
65.
He did the right thing there.
155.
Yeah, left a possible 2-dart kill. Yeah, for me yesterday, apart from having a slow start to the day, I think David Davis gave Richie a bit too much respect.
He should be more relaxed in this position because
job done.
The job's already done, like you said.
57.
Ooh, that was close.
96.
Ever since Davies changed his flights to these ones, he has played better.
Well, he's going to, isn't he?
Game shot on the first
But he is losing 1-0.
Burnett.
He's got to be careful with those. He's only got 2 sets. They haven't made them for over a decade.
Second leg.
Wants to stop it in 1-8 is them.
Game on.
Just score white horse shots. 60, 57, 54.
96.
Well, credit to the flights. They still look in really good nick, don't they?
And he is undefeated today, so credit to him for the way he's played, because he has been better. And getting off to a decent start today is what it's all about. Averaged nearly 94 in his first match.
140.
Yeah, that just gave him so much confidence, and he's just built on that.
When he hasn't played as well,
108.
he's grounded out. How does he get past that? That's how. Oh, my word.
133.
What a wonderful 133 that was.
David, of course, had the worst possible, well, not the worst possible start, but as near as damn it. He lost 2 of his opening 3 games. And
123. David,
the one he did win was against Johan, which was almost a must-win.
88.
Seems to have lost his touch on the bullseye.
138.
Yeah, missed it by a mile.
$98 left.
And if you wonder why they're
94.
playing with such
David, you require 44.
intensity, one, it's to win the group where there is a financial reward. The other, of course, is getting one over your opponent, who you most likely will play tomorrow night at some point.
Indeed, they could. It
Third
may
leg,
even be
it's
the
Richie
final.
to throw first. Game on.
And if your most recent memory of playing said opponent is a victory, trust me, it counts, it matters.
97.
So far, Tommy Morris and these
59.
two are the first 3 players through to Saturday night's final. The other 3, which will make up the 6 and the 2 groups of 3 for tomorrow night, we will know.
26.
Well, it won't be early this evening from kick-off at 10 o'clock, but maybe by 12 we'll have more idea. I'll call it now. One of them is going to be Nico Springer.
Couldn't agree more. And rumour has it, of course, that now that Davies has made Saturday night, that
100.
His good pal Adam Paxton has already got a ticket. So the Pac-Man's going to be in the building come Saturday night.
Where does he have to travel from?
43.
North Wales.
Wowzer. That's commitment.
$101.
This, of course, on the Burnett throw.
Look at that.
140.
Look how disappointed he is with the 140. Don't tell me that he doesn't love this sport.
When he had that run last year to the UK Open, I went in to the players area just each round that he got through, just to have a catch up and a chat. And I was stood watching him practice for about 10 minutes. Wow. He was just doing this pretty much for 10 minutes solid.
129. David, you require 160.
There are people out there that if they scored 140, 129, they'd be saying, look what I've just done. Not Richie. It's because he knows he might lose the leg.
Game shot on the third leg. David,
No
David.
might about it. Yet another 100 finish.
Fourth leg. It's David to throw first.
I've officially lost count.
12 today so
Game
far.
on.
And we've still got a game and a half to go.
$46.
Is he checking that it's been cleaned?
We are officially going to have to call that speaker Richie.
$60.
He's probably trying to see what brand it is so he can get one. Stick it in his practice room at home.
99.
That's something that's come on leaps and bounds over the years. Practice facilities for people in their own homes.
Yeah, a mate of mine, Stuart Pinches, who's got his own building firm.
83.
We built one for Wayne Jones. It has to have been 20 years ago. At the end of his garden, it was absolutely stunning. Projector, everything in there, bar.
96.
I was very envious. He hardly ever used it, in fairness. I think we used to use it more than Wayne.
Yeah, I was privileged to see Terry Jenkins at the back of his garden, which admittedly was quite a few strides away from the back door.
140.
Pool table, dartboard, TV. What more could you want?
Proper man cave, that.
42.
Mind you, Gezi Prices has got some topping. That is not a man cave. That is a resort.
Yeah, it's incredible. I've seen pictures of it.
41.
Ooh, that was a shifty one.
Well, David Davis was just losing advantage, and that has given him an opportunity to peg him back. I think 19s was the better shot there. On 198 with two in hand.
38.
Oh, there goes that stem.
Well, lucky for him, it didn't go in the flight, Nico.
Or did it? He hasn't got rings in those stems, which means the end of the point will pierce the inside of the prong and will snap it. That cannot be used anymore.
57.
It's like he's playing pickup sticks right now.
Yeah, it's always a bit unsettling.
It's always a test of the nerves as well when you're in a game like this. If you've got to change something, it's harder than it looks.
Yeah, and then put the flight in here. Well, most players now, they have the stem and the flight already done and put together. Do you think Richie keeps still when he's asleep?
No. I think if we were to get some sort of time lapse on him during the night,
Richie require 120.
He'd make more shapes than Henry Deacon on a dance floor.
Is this a 10th on 20? Oh,
Game
of
shot
course.
on the fourth leg, Richie Burnett.
It is rather ridiculous, isn't it? How many
Fifth leg,
120
it's Richie
checkouts
to
we've
throw
had.
First. Game on.
Welcome to Shanghai week, everybody.
But we are in Portsmouth, I can assure you.
$60.
Best of 3 to see who wins the group. And then after this, Brower will bow out against Adrian Gray.
Yeah, the only one who wants to be playing that game
100.
will be Johan. Because I can assure you, all Adrian wants to do is get on the road home.
He can overtake Paul Dolson, though. If he gets the victory, he can go to 4th position.
Well, there's money to be played for then.
119. $137.
We have seen some great weekly winners from Wales. I remember when Justin Smith won. Beat Martin Adams in the final.
47.
Robert Owen made a career out of it, didn't he?
He certainly did. It's questionable as to whether he's coming back here next year because he's got some stuff on his plate.
Well, he's had such a
59.
good back end to this final part of his 2-year cycle. If only he could have started as strongly.
I can envisage
108.
Robert having a bounce back if he loses his card. $60 to leave a 2-darter.
125.
Really well done.
Richie require 95.
Really well found.
93 remaining. Well, this is the younger cousin
63.
of 120 checkout.
David, you require 80.
Double 10. $10 left.
70. Richie
could
require 32.
Be the difference in him winning this group and not.
$24.
When he misses,
David, you
he
require
always
10.
misses by the finest of margins.
Game
And Dye
shot on
doesn't
the
miss
fifth
that.
leg, David Davies.
That's the darts to sew it up.
And to have a perfect day moving into
Sixth
Saturday as
leg,
well.
it's David to throw first.
He won his last game yesterday
Game
by
on.
4 legs to 0. He lost in round 4 yesterday. Since then, he's won every match.
And in this group, that takes some doing.
140.
And he started today in 5th position.
Well, he was an even bigger price today. He was 16 to 1.
140.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? If you are within a certain amount of points of the top spot, it doesn't matter whether you're second,
100.
5th or 6th or somewhere in between. As long as you're in touch, if you have a great day, you can do extraordinary things in these 2-day groups.
60.
He has reserved all of his emotion for the end of matches. He's kept himself together brilliantly so far in this match and all the rest of the games that he's played. And I think Burnett knows
83. David, you require 121.
that he's not about to win this group.
Richie is absolutely raging, but
53.
he can go back to a game earlier which ultimately was costly. And it was that defeat to Johan where he averaged just 78.
He's got to move down to the 19s. Yeah.
2 singles leave him a finish. The treble leaves him a bonus finish.
58. David, you requires.
I think he's getting annoyed with a fly.
It was a squash backhand.
This is to win the group. And that's
Headshot
what David
on the
Davis
mark.
does.
David Davis.
A perfect day for Dye. He's in Saturday and he's won Group C as well. And he's taking Richie Burnett with him. 6 games won in succession. And he will have a say on Saturday, that's for sure. A 5th Saturday for Double D. And he was the better player because the stats tell you so. We have one more game for you. It's between Brower and Gray. And if Gray wins it, he will finish 4th.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next start would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on to the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's all been sewn up because 2 of the 3 Welsh players in Group C have made it to Saturday night. Richie Burnett has won it by taking 2nd position. Adam Mould just a little bit shy. And Paul Dolson, who did have a great deal to say in his last match, did cost Adam Mould the chance to see if he could make it. But David Davis has won this Group C situation by winning all of his matches here on Friday. And we're going to get a word with him now, right at this point in time, with Robbie Dove.
Well, David, many congratulations. 5 wins out of 5 today. You must be delighted with how today's gone.
It's quite ironic, really, because we left yesterday and we all went for a glass of water after yesterday. And I apologised to the boys. I said I'm going to run through the card tomorrow. I've got no hesitation. I'm just going to go through the whole card. And I obviously meant it, I obviously wanted it, but to do it is it's a different thing. So yeah, I did call it, and I'm happy to execute it.
So did you have that belief? Did you actually believe you were going to go 5 out of 5?
Leaving yesterday, yeah, because you sort of get a feel of the players and things like that. I obviously wanted to do that on Thursday. Obviously, didn't happen. I thought my doubles were not really good on Thursday. I went away. I analysed it and see where I need to tweak and build on, and I did that. And I truly did believe that I could go through the card today.
Did you have any other goals for the day? Because obviously you want to qualify, or was it just play 5, win 5?
Both really. It was always to qualify. First, second, it doesn't bother me where I finish. It's all about making Saturday. But to lose 3 yesterday and only lose 3 over Thursday, Friday it's a massive achievement for myself.
4 Saturdays in the past, into your 5th one now. How do you approach it, or do you do what you always do?
If I carry on doing what I've always done, that's not very good because I've never made the 10 o'clock show, so something has to change. I don't know what that is, but I do feel like I'm playing really, really well at the moment. My scoring's there. I do need to tweak my doubles. Sometimes they go, sometimes they don't, so I'm just hoping that they do go tomorrow.
Well, many congratulations. We look forward to seeing you for your 5th Saturday tomorrow. Congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Always good to hear from David Davis, who's going to be making another appearance on Saturday night. The preparations for that start now. As for these two, they're going to be going in very different directions. At the end of this match, Adrian will go east to East Sussex, and then Johan will go further east towards the Netherlands. But
you're testing my geography there. I was thinking, it's sort of the same way.
In the past, Johan has stuck around for Saturday to watch before he goes home on Sunday. It always tells me that he's positive in the fact that he's thinking he's going to make Saturday.
Yep.
And he likes to stick around and get the motivation for next time. I wouldn't be surprised if he does that tomorrow.
Yeah, I used to have a similar mentality. I used to, if I'm going to a tournament, I'm booking to be staying there for the entirety.
First leg, it's Johan to throw first.
Too negative.
Game on.
The only time I didn't do it, and it was very expensive, was down in Surrey at the lakeside for the Masters. I wasn't feeling it at the time, not playing very well. Rocks up.
100.
Realised that not only did I not bring any clothes, I also didn't have a hotel booked, and Lakeside was fully booked, as was the International.
140.
So it was a very expensive night. In fact, it was quite amusing. I got £900 for the semi-finals of the
41.
World Masters. And by the time I'd paid for everything and travel, hotel, had to, of course, rush around and try and find some toiletries. And
6.
Yeah, there wasn't much left. But the hotel I stayed in was absolutely stunning.
Is it true? This is something I heard a few years ago. I'd never had it
81.
confirmed by anybody, but if you qualified for Lakeside in previous years, you had to spend the entire time there, or you had to pay for the
131.
entire trip. Even if you started on, say, a Tuesday or a Monday.
No, your hotel was paid for while you remained in the tournament. But
58.
as soon as you
Adrian,
were
you
out,
require
that was it.
107.
You had to pay for it yourself. That's what it was like back in my day. I don't know. Post 2001.
58.
And just to make himself feel a little bit better, Adi would love to walk away with a win. He's going to miss out on Saturday for the first time
60.
in 4
Adrian,
attempts.
You require 112.
And this is how he started things yesterday. Doing
Game
things like
shot of
that.
the first leg, Adrian Gray.
I think there's going to be a bit of an autopsy on what's happened the last couple of days with Adrian. After
Second
winning his
leg,
first
it's
3
Adrian
games
to throw
and getting
first.
6 points.
Game on.
He's going to end up with 10 at most. The important thing is, moving forward,
45.
don't tell yourself off. You just learn from it. And you put it right next time.
$60.
Well, we were right yesterday with regards to 12 points being enough, all barring leg difference.
66.
12 points was enough for Burnett.
because of a +5 leg difference. But
100.
12 points did qualify you if you had a positive leg difference.
58.
Johan's third experience here at the Super Series. It is about to come to a close. He seems to have hit this brick wall of where he keeps finishing in tables as well. He has made a Group B before. After his first Group A campaign, he went to the nighttime session and was very close to qualifying for Saturday night. He just fell short. But the last couple of times it's been Group C.
100.
And he hasn't really been in the conversation too much.
$57.
He can't affect his position. He is going to finish 6th.
$104. Adrian, you require 154.
I like that play. I like this even more. But curiously, with the way that dart was sitting, I was convinced he was going to stay on the 60 for double 17.
79. Johan, you require
Just seems to have lost a little bit of rigidity in his set position. The arm seems to have gone a bit languid.
And again, that could be down to fatigue, Nico.
Oof. Ordinarily
52.
it is.
Adrian, you require 75.
That was a close call.
I
35.
tell you what I find as well, if I
Johan,
don't play for a while,
25.
it's getting the mind whirling with regards to counting, and because it's normally just autopilot, isn't it? We don't actually count. It's
Gabe Shaughner's
finds it
second
in the
leg,
end. Yeah,
Johan
it's just
Brown.
patterns, isn't it? We go off. We've just seen so many multiples of
Third leg, it's
situations. We
Johan to
just
throw
know what
first.
we're aiming for. We don't have
Game
to
on.
count it.
Correct. And if you want your counting game to evolve, that is something that initially is quite difficult.
140.
You have to put that into play. You have to play other people and do it consciously before it becomes autopilot.
140.
I'm sure over the Christmas period, Adrian will be playing in some
100.
tournaments in Sussex. They do hold some stuff over the Christmas and New Year period. I'm sure he'll be very competitive.
Yeah, there always used to be loads of Boxing Day competitions
100.
on.
They've got some great facilities around Hastings. He's taken up a bit of golf recently, has Adrian, as well, just to
140.
get a bit of extra exercise and fresh air. I think he's got the bug, you know.
140. Johan, you require 121.
Well, how can you take out 121 the most creative way?
89.
Two
Adrian,
bulls
you require
and a treble 7 in the
121.
middle.
It's the Peter Wright, isn't it?
He can finish on the bull.
96.
He usually does.
Johan, you require 32. Gabe Shaughner,
He's halfway
third
to
leg,
victory.
Johan Brower. Fourth flag, it's Adrian to throw first.
He
Game
looks
on.
positively somber that this experience is about to end.
58.
But you don't want to miss tonight. You've got Rhys Robinson, Białecki, who starts in 5th position, remember. You've got Neil Duff,
Sixth.
who was very impressive last night. Nico Springer. My word, he was good. And a small matter of Tommy Lishman as well.
99.
Such an evenly spaced group as well. You got 2 on 6 points, Duff in the middle on 4, and Lishman and Białecki on 2.
100.
The first games for everybody will be crucial, but by the time we get to the end of game 5, there may be people already in Saturday
140.
and people eliminated.
60. 40.
That's frustrating for Adrian. From that position, you're thinking 180 to leave double 12. And he only just manages to leave a finish.
60. Adrian, you require 164. 44.
That's 44 points to leave 120. And I suppose it would be rather fitting if we get another one.
43.
Yes, it'll be
Adrian, you require 120.
interesting viewing for the readers this evening. When we read out the stats this evening, because
88.
some of the numbers from last night were just remarkable.
Certainly were.
You had a brief tot up, and wasn't Neil Duff around 97
6.
for the night?
Adrian, you require 32.
It was mid to high 90s. It was elite. There
It's
you
on
go.
the full flag.
Perfect
Adrian Gray.
graduation to the 32 bed. Just stacking one on top of another.
Fifth flag. It's Johan to throw first. Game on.
That's what's called overstacking.
100.
He has thrown this way his entire professional career.
41.
He's never tried to throw a different way because he knows this way works. It's just about the small tweaks.
140.
Whereas some players have tried different stacking methods. Remember when Mark Dudbridge once went from standing the darts very upright, he actually
100.
tested them going in very flat, didn't he?
Well, can you remember when Luke Littler used his dad's darts, which are effectively Taylor darts, and he made them stack?
Yeah, and he kept winning here with that method.
Yeah.
He was just toying with his opponents. And he wore his dad's dart shirt.
He did.
121. $90.
3 trebles, but only one of them he likes. And he's left himself the cricket stump shot.
137. Johan, you require 111.
Aye.
Take the bails off. Not out.
In.
79.
Could be out.
You require 102.
This time he does go for the 60 with dart 2.
70.
And they're
Johan,
both
you
on the
require
same.
32.
After the same amount of darts.
Perfect parity.
Game shot on the fifth
But now
flag.
Johan's in
Johan
front.
Brouwer. Sixth flag. It's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
This is one of those games where the person who is statistically better is throwing against the darts.
45.
But in order to beat what Johan's doing, he's got to be a visit better, not a dart better. And that previous leg proves
140.
it. You can be exactly the same as your opponent, but if they're throwing first, they're going to get you.
59.
Now that Adrian's not playing on Saturday, he might choose to go out and hit a few balls.
100.
I wouldn't want to be that ball on the first tee. It's going to get a bit of oomph.
Going to get a bit of price.
134.
He swings a really good club, does Adrian. I played golf with him on a simulator once. Hit some really good stuff.
60.
Yeah, we were practicing for the 2017 Soft Tip World Cup together.
121.
And just to have a little break from the board after a couple of hours, we played in a golf simulator. It was great fun.
Was that any good?
Yeah, it was superb. It's a little bit cold outside to play outside, so we played inside.
60. Adrian, you require 142.
Double 11.
Game
Just
shot on a
like
six
that.
leg.
Another
Adrian
big
Gray.
checkout.
I'm pretty sure we've seen that one before.
7 from final leg. It's Johan to throw first. Game on. $60. $44.
Nothing really to separate them in the early exchanges. It's Johan that finds the first significant score.
Just confirmation that we have had a 142 this week already, so that's 2 of those.
95.
I don't remember a week like this before, where so many massive checkouts have been taken.
No, in terms of checkouts
100.
of 120 or more, I think it's got to be a record, surely.
I'm not sure they're going to break the record
60.
of 77 ton plus checkouts in a week. That was back in Series 6. But as for the average ton plus finish,
100.
I'm hazarding a guess here. That's been butchered.
$162.
Oh, beautiful visit.
Johan, you require 141.
The 9 count on 18s.
Now we're talking his soft tip language.
Yes, exactly that.
That's what they call in North America as a 9 mark.
63. Adrian, you require 140.
Because it's 9 marks. Well, he opened the 18s and could have scored on them twice till he double
40.
16. The
Johan, you require
famous
78.
Rob Cross shot.
Double 12. And
Good
Johan
shot.
finishes
And the
with a
match,
win.
Johan Brown.
And that means that Adrian Gray will finish in 5th position in the Group C table. Paul Dolson will finish 4th. And Johan says goodbye for now. We'll see you next time, Johan. Well played there. Pretty good game. Averaged 81. Good doubles, 4 out of 7. And Adrian, with the superior average, just could not get a spot to finish that match in 7 legs. The end of our show is imminent. Myself and Mace will bring it to a close, and we'll let you know what you've got coming up later as well, just after this.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Scoot probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Marvin
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Group C is in the ledger now, and Johan Brouwer gets the last laugh in the last match. However, Richie Burnett and David Davis, who went toe-to-toe in the penultimate match, they knew that they were going through before they even played. They will occupy the top 2 spots. There you can see confirmation that David Davis has won the group by beating Richie Burnett, so he will have to settle for second position. But today, David Davies, Mace, 5 out of 5 and won his last 6 matches in the group. That takes some doing.
Yeah, especially in this field. It was interesting, the interview he did with Robbie, how he sort of confirmed that that's what he felt after yesterday's play, which I find fascinating. But I suppose he has a better insight, A, into where his own game is right now, and B, in what he felt the others were capable of producing. But listen, I fancied him because he was too big a price, and we've seen enough of him. I think this is his 5th Saturday night. You don't make 5 Saturday nights by accident. And although it was a fascinating group in terms of the dynamics, you always felt like if someone sort of grabbed the group by the scruff of the neck, they could go away with it. And in the end, he just about edged it.
He's quite analytical, isn't he, Di? He was talking with Robbie downstairs, and he was saying not only that I'm going to go and run through the car tomorrow, but he almost identified what went wrong, and then he put it right.
Yeah, and that's a great ability to have. If you don't know what you're doing wrong, you can't put it right, can you? And I like that. He's not someone I know him, but it's not someone I've ever sort of sat down with and had any kind of in-depth conversation about darts. But the more you sort of get to hear from him and hear his story and hear how he applies himself, the more I think he's a player with a lot more of a bigger future than we've seen so far.
Richie playing in his first secondary group here in Portsmouth, because the last time he was here, he won Group A. He improved as the week went on, and I think he enjoyed the challenge. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I thought he was brilliant today. I thought he produced some great shots at some great times. And listen, getting one over Adam Mould, who finished with him on 12 points. If Adam would have won either that game or the 4-3 defeat against Davis, it would have been him that progressed. But all in all, I think on reflection of the 2 best players in the group, I think the 2 best players qualified.
How's Adam Mould feeling right now? Because he hasn't made Saturday again, but it has been quite an incredible week for him. He's worked super hard, and 4 times out of 5, he's won 3 games out of 5. Sometimes that's good enough, but not this time.
Yeah, well, we had this conversation on air. You know, why is he maybe dropping some points that he shouldn't be dropping? Is it concentration? Is it preparation? Only he will know, and he can go and reflect on. Listen, a beautiful 9-darter. That's something that can never be taken away. That'll go down in the history books. It'll be on YouTube for life. He better show his kids it, his kids' kids. It's a lovely achievement to have. And listen, there's more positives than negatives, and that's all he's got to worry about. And listen, we'll come to the end of the season. He's in the ADC Grand Finals at the end of the year, so plenty to look forward to.
Let's look at the breakdown for this week then, because we have confirmation now that Tommy Morris will be joined by David Davis and Richie Burnett. As far as tonight is concerned, where do we start? Because last night was thunderous, to say the least. We saw the massive 110 average from the German. Where do we start?
Yeah, it's going to be terrific. We teed it up last night and all afternoon yesterday, saying how good it was going to be. And my goodness, it didn't disappoint, did it? It was brilliant from start to finish. There's an incredible dynamic to the group. And listen, any 3 of that 5 can still qualify at this point. Let's not forget, Di Davis was 5th place going into Group C today, and he topped it.
So that is very encouraging for Sebastian Białowski, who will start Group B tonight in 5th position. He's going to need to find another level. And as far as the others are concerned, they'd like to keep him at the bottom. But Another level most people will have to find tonight from 10 p.m. Group B is going to come your way in a matter of 4 hours' time. It's all been Welsh over the last couple of afternoons, though. The Welsh have come to the party. They are going to party into Saturday, and we're going to take a short break of about 4 hours. When we come back at 10, we hope you can join us then. Group B will see us put the last 3 names into the finals here in Week 10. Take care, everyone. We'll see you tonight at 10 o'clock.